coming this way. Better hope that you're ready for one final fight. And I hear something, it's a knock on the door. A man standing to deliver a vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic as finalized his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unearthed bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, 'cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And yeah, I wanna.
All right. Hello and welcome. David here from Blitz Breakdown Chess. Today is day 7. I think that's how they show it if you're speaking in Chinese and you're using sign language. Day 7 today. Very exciting. We've had a rest day yesterday, and I believe it is Gukesh today with the white pieces that is going to be probably one of the most exciting games, I think, in my opinion. You know, things are equal right now. Gukesh is very much incentivized to go for a win today, get $200,000 added to his winnings so far. Just a reminder, so far, how much has he won? Well, he's received 200K a month before the game starts. That's both players receive that out of the purse. And he's received an additional 200K from winning game 3. And of course, Ding has the same amount. So they both have $400,000 locked up. And the question is, are they going to go for it? So we'll look more at opening ideas and plans like that later on. But first, let's jump into the front page of Reddit today and see what's happening online and what people are saying about the World Chess Championship. Let's take a look. I've saved a couple of posts that I thought we could go through and would be kind of interesting way to start today's stream. So the first post that I saved is this one from 2 days ago. Huge stockfish analysis of World Championship matches between 1886 and 2024, up to and including Game 6. The 2024 match is the most accurate so far. And you can see, obviously, like in 1880, the players were not playing at the same level that they're playing today. For those curious, this measurement on the left-hand side is a scale of, I think, average missed points. Yeah. So obviously the higher the number, the worse the overall play. And pretty impressive to see this dip over here. I think this might be Capablanca, if I'm not mistaken. Just after 1920, this sort of low spot over here. I could be wrong. But that is obviously very, very impressive that there was such a high level of championship played before even they had access to computers. Very cool. And then on average, we've seen this trend going down. And here in 2024, we have the lowest point, meaning the highest accuracy played. And I think a big part of that is because of the fact that the players have been playing, especially more recently, the last couple of games have been pretty long lines of theory. And they've been playing a little, I would say a little more cautiously than I would have expected given the prize money. After the first 3 games, I think everyone was kind of expecting that both players were really going to go for it. And then the last couple of games, they've played a little bit more cautiously. And they've also accepted draws by threefold repetition in some games that maybe both players could have strived to achieve a little bit more. And by avoiding risk, obviously the overall accuracy of the games are going to be lower. So we'll see if it remains this low throughout the rest of the World Chess Championship, but still a lot to see on that front. Okay, next we have this hilarious reworking of the Pablo Escobar meme, waiting meme. I don't know if you've seen that. I did pull it up for those of you who are meme connoisseurs. This is that famous meme that's been reused, basically Pablo Escobar waiting. And this is kind of like a reworking of that idea, being in the waiting room, waiting around for something to happen. I thought that was quite clever. Next, we've got a picture of Gukesh at just 11 years old. It's very, very easy to forget how young this guy is right now. And just, you know, a handful of years ago, he was 11. And even then, he seems to sort of have this killer instinct, which I guess all very strong chess players and all world champions have. But I guess the question is this his year? Is he going to be able to convert this year? We'll soon find out. Maybe today. Maybe today will be a pivotal day in the World Chess Championship in terms of Gukesh picking up some momentum. Next, we have another post. This is also really interesting. Gukesh pumping Puzzle Rush to stay sharp during the World Chess Championship. And really interesting, you can actually see he was online and he was playing puzzles just to keep those instincts razor sharp, which I think is sensible and hopefully not too draining for him on his rest day. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see that he's just like one of us, right? Going onto chess.com and messing around. Next, there's this interesting post here. Carlsen is very critical in general. When Carlsen says stuff like, Gukesh hasn't impressed me so far, I've seen people say that he's somehow jealous of Gukesh. However, Carlsen is just extremely critical. Most of the time, even his own play, does not impress him. There have been many interviews after winning a match or tournament when he says he played poorly, but is just glad to get the win. Yeah, I think that is probably true of Carlsen's personality and his approach in general, and that's why he's gotten so good, is because of the fact that he's extremely self-critical. And as a result, I guess when he's watching others, it's quite easy for him to get critical of other people's play as well. And I guess the only thing I would say about that is that Carlsen has every right to, being, you know, the best player in the world and arguably, maybe not arguably, the best player of all time. Yeah. So I think most people kind of appreciate his input. I do agree that I think Carlsen could be probably a little bit better in terms of how he says certain things. It's possible to be critical without being, you know, super judgmental, which I think he comes across sometimes in his interviews, where I think, well, just phrase it. I mean, you can say that someone's play is poor, but you don't have to kind of drop the hammer on them. And Carlsen does tend to do that a little bit more than most. But yeah, I mean, if you don't want his sort of unfiltered take, then I guess you can go and find someone else's opinion. But yeah, interesting thoughts. Here's another one, which I found really interesting. This doesn't have to do with the World Chess Championship. Quit alcoholism about a month ago, around July, and quit it again recently. And you can see this guy's graph. Obviously, this was the spike during July, where his rating went up, and then he got back to drinking maybe, and then again stopped, and his rating immediately spiked, which I thought was very interesting in terms of alcohol, maybe sort of chronic alcohol abuse in terms of how it relates to your chess rating. So if you love hitting the bottle, maybe a good time to take a break and see how it affects your chess rating. That's quite interesting. Next, we have when Gukesh won the candidates. And just a reminder, the last game of the candidates, one of these guys needed to get a win in order to challenge Gukesh And I think it was to send it to some kind of playoff or a tiebreak. One of them needed to win Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. And unfortunately, they found themselves in this horrible position where both sides were taking huge risks, but then kind of out of nowhere, it fizzled out into a draw in the endgame, and neither player had really any other option except for just playing until the draw was complete, and in so doing, knocking both of themselves out of the candidates, which was quite tragic. So we get some of the idea of how frustrated both players were. And I remember watching this broadcast and seeing the two players discussing afterwards and just apologizing to each other. And there, of course, Gukesh, he was the man of the hour. Super happy after that game concluded, knowing that he was going to go through and become the challenger for the 2024 World Chess Championship. So that was pretty cool. All right, that's a wrap from Reddit. Let's take a look at Polymarket. Polymarket has made some big changes. So 22-24% for Ding before the World Chess Championship started. After that first big spike in his favor, going up all the way almost to 50%. The bookies still favoring Gukesh to win, even though Ding did win the first game. After a draw and then Ding lost, the percentages again returned into Gukesh's favor. And now this has been the last couple of days. This big spike over here was Ding getting an advantage, a big advantage, I believe, in the last game. And then obviously with him not converting it, it dropped down again. But still, even though today it's Gukesh who has the white pieces, we are slowly seeing a trend where, despite the scorecard being equal, that Ding's chances are gradually improving. Why is that? Because Ding has been the one throughout all of these games that has been pressing, with obviously the exception of the game that he lost. Ding has been the one typically with the small advantage, with the potential to go for a win. And of course, he hasn't been converting those, but I think the bookmakers are taking that into account in terms of Ding's current form and pricing that into the odds of him winning overall. So that's really interesting that at this point of the World Chess Championship, Game 7, things are a lot closer than they were before. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly how this changes over the next couple of games, especially if it's still sort of equal and there are still just draws ahead. But yeah, something tells me that we're not going to see that. I really do believe that today Gukesh is going to go for a win. Tomorrow, I think, with the white pieces, Ding's also going to go for a win. We might see some slightly riskier play in terms of the players going for it. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Membrane Potential, welcome, says, so it's 50-50 now. Yes, it seems so. Basically, I mean, okay, so it's jumped up to like 37%. But if I had to honestly, from my perspective, think about these odds, I would probably say it should be more. I probably should say it's like, maybe not 50-50, but like 45% to Ding, 55% to Gukesh. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see exactly what's happening there. In the meanwhile, let's head back to our thumbnail today. Today's thumbnail, Breaking Bad. We have Ding as Heisenberg, Walter White. That's why I included the Heisen Ding, which a little bit stupid, but I was just having fun with the thumbnail. And then Gukesh as Gustavo Fring, the Chicken Man. One of the most famous rivalries in all of television. And yeah, one of my two all-time favorite characters. So yeah, I thought that would be a good thumbnail for today. I have tomorrow's thumbnail sorted, which I won't reveal yet. And then on, I guess that's Wednesday, Thursday, I don't have a thumbnail. So again, any ideas would be much appreciated. And yeah, looking forward to getting creative with my thumbnails. Let's take a look at what Carlson has to say about the previous game, and then we'll start coverage of the round 7, day 7 of the World Chess Championship in about 10-15 minutes. But I thought we could, just before we jump over to that, we could take a listen to what Carlson has to say about Game 6. Let's jump into it.
Ooh, but Gukesh didn't move the rook into the middle. This is interesting.
Oh, and we do have the rook to e8 from Gukesh. My initial reaction was that this was pretty shocking.
I think Gukesh, to some extent, was expecting this move because he responded pretty quickly.
Oh, and Ding is trying to stop that exact move.
Look at that, h4. He's stopping your plan, Hammer.
It is a draw in Singapore.
I can't even begin to tell you how excited and curious I am to hear Magnus Carlsen and Levi Rosman's verdict on Game 6 in the World Chess Championship match. Welcome to the Take post game show, and welcome to pundit number one, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, yesterday you said you got a punch to win. Did you see some good punches in Game 6?
Well, I don't think anybody really landed any punches, but I think they were certainly both trying. It was a very interesting game, and you have one of those rare positions that is both almost symmetrical, but it's also extremely unbalanced. So even though the position was like relatively equal, it was very much unbalanced, and both players, I think, justifiably felt that they could press for a win. So I think we got ourselves a really, really interesting game.
Cool. Okay. Well, then I look forward to digging into it. But first, Levi Rosman, who's been devoting his life to not only playing chess, watching chess, and speaking about chess. So, what can we expect from you today, Levi? What's your initial verdict on Game 6?
You can expect me to speak some more about chess. My initial verdict, well, I suppose it's not really initial. Yeah, I think the game finished about 6 hours ago at this point. So my initial verdict was I felt a little bad for Gukesh, who kind of desperately wanted to play a game and was actually going against my wishes yesterday, which you asked me if I was his boxing trainer, what would I tell him? And I said, I would tell him, don't get into a fight just because your opponent is kind of refusing one. I mean, today he did exactly that. And he got to a position that Hikaru himself said, if Magnus was white, he would have defeated every player in the world from this position with the white pieces. Mm-hmm. So, that's high praise to my co-pundit, but ultimately Gukesh was robbed of his desires and the game was a draw. So that's what I will say.
Yep, it was a draw. They are still tied, Ding and Gukesh, in the World Championship match. Let's jump into Game 6. In the Take app, the recap headline is Opening Dynamite That Never Detonated. It was the London system, a system popularized by you, Magnus. So we jump into the opening. What's your take on this, Magnus?
Oh, it was interesting to see what Gukesh went for with the setup with e6 and bishop d6 was kind of the main line a few years ago, but now it's been overtaken by other sort of more forcing lines. What's interesting is that maybe the most high-profile game that was played with this line with bishop b5 check was my own against Ding in Tata Steel in 2023, which ended up in the draw, actually. So it was interesting to see Ding try that one himself. Obviously, what he went for with the queen move later to a3 was the critical one, and I'd seen that all of this forcing stuff was played in the game. I think Aronian was white against somebody. Don't remember whom exactly, but it's lines where you sort of end up with a very, very complicated position that is still equal. So super interesting to see. I think they were both well prepared. And then we have an interesting moment later on when Gukesh apparently he steps out of Ding's preparation. So yeah, what happens here is basically all pretty forced. Ding pounces on Gukesh's weaknesses on the queen side, wins a pawn, but then his development is so bad that he has to give the pawns back. But some of the positional trumps that he has on the queen side, they sort of they remain, even though he's given away his whole king side. And we get this very interesting interesting moment when Gukesh plays his queen to f5 a few moves later after a few forced moves that are still, I guess, in both people's preparation. So here, Ding started to think for a long time, and I saw that the engine's top line instead of Queen f5 was Rook B to d8, which is a much more logical move. Um, I'm guessing that Ding was well prepared there, and he had sort of some, I guess, mini try there to keep the game going, even though it's objectively equal. And so, but I'm happy that Gukesh played Queen f5 because it gets a very interesting fight really with huge pawn majorities for both on either side.
Yeah. Gukesh was playing for a win today, wasn't he? He was playing some ambitious moves there, Levy.
Yeah, one more small detail. If we back up to the moment that Gukesh played Bishop e6, yeah, it's pretty fascinating to me that 17 moves, even in the London system, is like relatively normal for opening preparation. This supports, Magnus's endeavors with freestyle a little bit because this is quite fascinating. Like the whole line has been played already. Yes, there was Aronian versus Dominguez, and then there were other games like in the U.S. Championship between Sevion and Wesley So in 2021. So, like all of this has been explored a lot, and even people on socials were saying, "Oh, Gukesh forgot his prep. It was like maybe Queen F3 instead of Bishop E6, but it kind of became the same thing." And then you ultimately get this pretty imbalanced endgame. I don't know. You can kind of call it an endgame because all the knights and bishops have been traded, or heavy piece endgame. Yeah, I would say, look, I wouldn't say Gukesh is playing for a win just yet. I think he's just playing chess. But I guess the better question is White happy with the result of the opening, and is White supposed to now play this for a win, Magnus?
No, you made a great point earlier, Levy, that the London system used to be exactly that, a system. You develop your pieces in a certain way. You set up this very, very solid pawn formation in the center, and you just want to make the first 7, 8 moves of the game without thinking really and get a safe position. That used to be the London system. I think Kravnik is the one who sort of changed that whole perception. He started playing the London very seriously in 2015. And I've told this story before, but I played a bunch of training games with Kravnik in 2015 before the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. And he was playing the London a lot there as White. And at first I didn't take it seriously, but then I realized that he had ideas there everywhere. And somehow, like, I couldn't equalize. I was just worse in most of the games. And that led me to take it up with the White pieces myself. Of course, the way it happens is that even the London eventually became very very much analyzed because people, yeah, they need something to play, and that is one area which was relatively unexplored, and it seemed that you could even like fight for an advantage in a lot of lines which you never really thought about before with the London system. And to answer the question, is White happy with the outcome of the opening? Uh, well, I think he's not unhappy. He feels like um, he's changed, like Ding has exchanged a bunch of pieces, and he feels that his position is safe. And I think their conclusion was that, well, this position is all that we have really. We don't think that Black goes for this very solid line of the London that you can really gain more than this. So I think that was the thought process, and evidently Gukesh wasn't quite well. which is not shocking since he has to prepare for a lot of things and remember all of them. But yeah.
And it seemed like Ding was in his preparation until, I don't know, like move 20. He played so fast in the opening. And if it's okay, I want to jump to move 26, where there was the option of doing move repetition and going into quite an early draw. And Gukesh makes the decision to say no to that. What was your reaction when you saw that? He moved his queen to a different square.
Actually, just yeah, before we go here,
I feel I always keep like jumping too fast.
No, it's fine. But look, I don't have any access to Ding. I once offered to interview him in Chinese because my wife is fluent. But so I will ask Magnus because I can't ask Ding. Magnus, why did Ding spend 45 minutes to take the pawn on c6? Like, what was he thinking about? And on the next two moves, he spent another 8. So he spent an hour, but basically just wanted to make the repetition. Can you shine any light on this? Like, I understand there are more choices in the position, but I just when a top player thinks for nearly an hour, like I just wonder what goes through your minds.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first of all, he knows that Queen of 5 is not the top engine move. So that makes you think, well, is there something wrong with this move? And evidently there is not like a lot wrong with this move. Like you can quickly see that White has nothing very concrete. And then I think some time was probably spent fighting with himself because he saw that he had, after this, he had a route to repetition. And he was thinking, well, I'm quite happy with the draw, but I feel like I should be slightly better, but can I see a safe way to play for a win? Oh, maybe not. And then you sit there thinking, and all of a sudden 40 minutes has passed. Like these things, these things happen.
All right, guys, we're going to head over to the live coverage. I imagine that the players are not far from arriving in the actual playing hall in the venue. There is some live footage of the players area. Got the 2 chairs set up, and I think it should be just a few more minutes before Gukesh and Ding arrive. And while we're waiting for them to arrive, I thought we could just do a bit of a recap in terms of the openings that we've seen so far, right? 6 games played, and we have 6 different openings. We have a couple of lines of the same opening, so different variations of the same opening. We started off, as a reminder of game 1, we started off with the French defense. So we had one e4, e5, sorry, not e5, we had e6 as the French, d4, and then d5. We had knight to c3, knight to f6, and then we had the Steinitz variation characterized by just pushing this pawn forward. And in that game, remember, it was Gukesh playing with the white pieces, but it was Ding who managed to come out of that the winner. So that was quite an interesting thing to note in that first game, that we had Ding ready pressing in the French with the black pieces. The next game was an Italian. That was Ding with the white pieces. We had an Italian game, which we get bishop on c4, and obviously that was maybe not as exciting in terms of openings, but it was certainly fun to watch an opening that we've all played before in the past, and yeah, just something sort of very, very familiar. Even if you're at a beginner's level, finding these guys playing openings that we would be familiar with is pretty cool. Game 3 was a Queen's Gambit declined. Game 4 was the Reti opening, and then Game 5 we had a French defense, but the exchange variation, and then of course yesterday we had the London. And yeah, that was basically a summary of all of the openings that we have seen so far. And what I'm hoping for today is that we might see something different. Membrane Potential says maybe another French today. We could see a Sicilian, depending on how risky Ding's feeling. We'll certainly... Oh, my board hasn't updated. Hold on. Oh, sorry, guys. My analysis board is not quite updating. I wonder why. Hold on, let me just refresh this. All right. Okay, well, let's jump into the coverage. And hopefully we'll see the players arriving shortly. If you are watching, let me know where you're watching from around the world. David here from Blitz Breakdown in beautiful Cape Town. It's a wonderful day today. It's a little bit overcast, but hopefully we have an exciting day of chess ahead of us. And yeah, players should be arriving shortly. We'll be able to hear Morris Ashley introducing the players, which I think will be exciting. And yeah, here comes Morris Ashley just entering. Membrane Potential asks, what did Ding play with black in the last World Chess Championship? You know, I actually did a little bit of a revision in the very first stream. But I actually just can't remember. So I'll take a look. All right, players shaking hands. I think its openings basically stay the same. Yeah, I think the only thing that I noticed was specifically the fact that he played e4 when a lot of his games were actually d4. That is the one thing I do remember about Ding. But of course, it's not Ding playing with the white pieces today. It's Gukesh. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll do maybe a little bit more of a revision. I'll start a bit earlier tomorrow, and then we can do a more comprehensive exploration of the openings. I was planning on doing that for each game, but inevitably I just run out of time before the players arrive. So, all right, we're up and running in business. Game 7 about to start, and we'll head over to Morris Ashley, who's going to do a little bit of an introduction. Let's take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 7 of the FIDE World Championship presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two gladiators who are fighting for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Damaraju.
Woo! Let's go.
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 3 points apiece. This is Game 7, and it will mark the end of the first half. This match has been hosted by the country of Singapore, and they have absolutely shown that they wish for this to be showcased as a pearl in the history of chess. We have seen many dignitaries come to the tournament, and our special guest today is one of them as well. He will be making the ceremonial first move. He's the Minister for Culture, Community, and Youth, and Second Minister for Law. As the Minister for Culture, Community, and Youth, he chairs the National Integration Council, the Singapore Cares Steering Committee, the National Youth Council, and the National Steering Committee on Racial and Religious Harmony, driving efforts to build a caring, cohesive, and confident society in Singapore. Since November of 2020, he has also chaired the Chinese Community Liaison Group, which was set up to strengthen government's relationship with Chinese community organizations and deepen the government's understanding of the Chinese community. As the Ministry of Law, he focuses on the development and promotion of Singapore's legal and dispute resolution sector. He also handles wide-ranging aspects of law reform, including intellectual property, corporate restructuring and insolvency, and legal aid. Please welcome our very special guest, Mr. Edwin Tong. And with that, let the game begin.
Woo, let's go. All right, guys, we're about to kick things off. Let's take a look at our main board. We have move 1, knight to f3, the Reti opening. Interesting choice from Gukesh. I believe it was actually Ding in game 4 who opened with the Reti. And it'll be interesting to see how he deals with this from facing it from the side of black. Of course, knight to f3, a very flexible opening, can transpose into many different lines. Most typically sort of queen's pawn openings, which is what we're seeing from Ding. He plays d5. And immediately, Gukesh plays g3, the King's Indian. Very cool. With the thought of putting the bishop on g2, castling kingside very quickly. Nice way to get the white king safe. And I guess, I mean, not a huge surprise, but we certainly haven't seen this opening so far from either player. Very often here with the black pieces, you just play knight to f6, bishop to g2, and then c6, supporting the d5 pawn, and then castles. And this is what's very fascinating about this kind of way of playing with the white pieces is that it's a little bit counterintuitive in terms of what you expect, because usually it's white who wants to take control of the center very early on. And you've basically, for the sake of developing on the king side and castling, you've given up the tempo that you would have taken in capturing the center. But it's still, because it's very early on, it's very difficult for black to capitalize on that fact yet. So that would be the typical route for Gukesh to play. And almost kind of similar to like a system you can just about forget about what black's doing. Unless, you know, you see something really crazy and you can just ignore all of black's moves. Put the bishop on g2, castle with the white pieces. All right, and now it's Ding who responds. Sort of symmetrically, he plays g6. And that also is a little bit of a, or maybe more than a little bit of a deviation. That is the third most popular move, g6. But the majority start off with knight to f6. Okay. Gukesh jumps into the center. He plays d4, which of course you can play. You don't have to play bishop to g2 immediately. Bishop to g2 is fine, but d4 is probably going to be played at some point. And he actually follows up with c4. Wow. All right, so c4 is quite interesting. c4 is actually very interesting. And it's always like a strange position when the bishop is planning on going to g2, but then you're almost like, you've got the pressure of this gambit, which, you know, capturing the c4 pawn for black. And kind of saying, okay, well, now the bishop is actually required at some point potentially to pick this up. I think you can play queen to a4 as well as a way forward. I guess that would be the intention in terms of capturing this pawn. All right, we have another move. Got c6 on the board, and now bishop to g2. All right, you can capture this pawn here. D takes, just castles. And the threat that we saw in one of the previous games is the fact that it's always going to be very difficult to hold on to this advanced c4 pawn because of the fact that you're giving up so much, and there's so much pressure along this long diagonal, especially with the bishop on g2. So we have a few more quick moves. We don't have takes, which is not a surprise. And now we've transposed back into something very familiar. A few moves ago, it was like game, 45 games, 120 games, and then suddenly back to 7,400 games that have reached this position. So even though it took us a little bit of time to transpose into the theory, the opening theory that we're at now, we are in very, very familiar territory on that front. Although, not too many people have played Rook to E1. Whoa, Gukesh giving up. This is insane. This is actually really crazy. Rook to E1. Rook to E1, out of the 7,400 games that have reached this position, Rook to E1 has only been played 4 times, according to the database. 5 times. This is pretty significant. All right, let's take a look at the comments. Well, Morris Ashley is just a GM, and he's not even a member of the FIDE board of directors. Yeah, Morris has done this job for a long time. He's employed by FIDE. Oh, okay, interesting. Kanish is here. Welcome, Kanish. Hello to you. We've just had like a pretty unusual move. Gukesh has played Rook to E1, which is only been played 5 times. So just a move ago, there were 7,400 games that have reached this position, and almost none of them have Rook to E1. And you can actually see the evaluation. This is just move 7. The evaluation just saying, yeah, not so great for white. And I guess you could ask the question, well, then why did Gukesh play it? Why did Gukesh play it? He played it because he's going for a win with the white pieces. He's trying to get Ding out of his comfort zone, playing something a little, or not just a little, very offbeat, Rook to E1. What would you usually do in this position? You could just capture in the center, takes, we have C takes D, C takes D, and then say knight to C3, and you're golden. Rook to E1 is not a move that is common by any means. Of those 5 games, 2 of them have resulted in a win for black. 3 of them have resulted in a win for black. 1 has resulted in a draw, and 1 has resulted in a win for white. And the best way to capitalize on this misstep is apparently just capturing. D takes C. D takes C now, and then H3, okay. Just keeping an eye on the G4 square, that seems fine. And now B5, oh, B5. Wow. So here, this is really interesting. This is really interesting. Before I was saying it's really a bad idea to get the setup. What black actually has here, and I think this is what Gukesh is counting on, right? When he plays Rook to E1, he knows, he's obviously studied this, he knows the best move here. The best move is takes and actually supporting this pawn. But in human terms, it's very, very scary to do that because of the fact that when this knight moves, you're unleashing all of this pressure, right, along the A8, H1 diagonal, right? And also the threats are quite simple. This is that if takes, let's say you play, okay, let's play E4. No, let's do something else. We want to try and, okay, let's play H3 and then B4, right? Now you can play B3 or A3. And I guess the idea is that white wants to start trying to break apart this pawn structure and unleash the power of the light square bishop in exchange for the pawn that's been sacrificed. Okay, you can't do this yet. But obviously defending this pawn, even a move like knight to E5 at some point. Knight to E5 looks quite attractive because then you've got a double attack on the C6 pawn. And it's only being defended once. But the engine says this is actually fine for black. This is completely fine. It obviously sees that it's possible to defend this structure, surprisingly. I guess just playing bishop to B7, developing black's pieces and holding on, even though this is going to be a long-term weakness for black, it just seems to think, yeah, I'm going to be able to hold on to this pawn. Pretty cool. He wants to be out of line, I guess, definitely. Just trying to get him out of theory. Very, very exciting. Well, it seems that we're going to have a pretty cool game on our hands. Really, really enjoyed this little change of pace here. Rook to E1. All right, so if you're not going to capture this pawn, remember the only way for black to maintain an advantage here is to capture this pawn. Everything else is at least equal, or if not slightly better for white. I've got a feeling that Ding's actually walked into a little bit of a situation here. Because Gukesh has played this move Rook to E1, unless you know that you can capture here after a move like Rook to E1, you might find that black is actually walking into some very, very obscure theory in this line. Yeah, pretty wild. Pretty wild. Okay, so let's do some more analysis. We can look at the theory that's reached this point, the Masters games that have reached this point. Of those games, we have bishop to f5 being a move. 2 games, play bishop to f5. And in those games, white responds with b3 or knight to h4. Knight to h4 makes sense in a way, attacking this bishop. But now bishop to e6. Okay, you just move back. And c5. Okay, just closing up shop. So that could be a possible line. Another move for black would be knight b to d7, just developing one of the other knights. Then knight to c3. Sorry. Yeah, knight to c3 is the move in the database. And then knight to b6. Got it. And then knight to e5. So there's quite a lot of, I guess this game that was played was a little bit dodgy out of the opening. So let's ignore some of those lines and maybe take a look more at the engine lines, because those are probably going to be slightly more accurate. But it is interesting to see what's been played in terms of this position before. So f0 takes bishop to f5 is fine. Bishop to e6 is also fine. So actually, the first few moves of those Masters games are legit. But really, the engine's just desperate for one move, and that's just capturing this pawn. Basically saying, I'm going to be able to defend it right now, and giving up this pawn is not as risky as you might expect for black. All right, d takes c, bishop to f4. Okay, so d takes c, bishop to f4. All right, we can do that. Knight to d5. Ooh, knight to d5 is frustrating. And then bishop to g5. It's moving up. And now b5. And I guess this is the problem, but I was just thinking, in this position, isn't e4 coming? I mean, don't you want to play e4 at some point? How bad is e4 right now? Maybe e4 is going for too much. Queen to c1, queen to c2. Oh, I see. Allowing knight to b4 is a big problem. Allowing knight to b4. Because of the fact that the knight's going to get an outpost on d3. So that's actually not possible. So I guess you need to prevent that. Can you not start off with a3? a3, bishop to g4. Okay. And now knight to e5. Just going for e4 now. But h6. Bishop to d2, just retreating with the bishop, and then the knight goes back to b6. And this is really, really good for black, because of the fact that, yes, you've got control of the center, but you really are going to struggle to recapture the pawn that you gave up. And I think that's the whole point here. And inevitably, we're going to see Ding really, really spending a lot of time considering this opening and considering what happens if he captures this pawn, because it's going to create a huge imbalance, and very possible that we're going to see a decisive result as a result of this opening, provided Ding finds d takes c out of the opening. and realizes, no, this isn't some kind of weird trap. I can actually capture this pawn, and I can hold on if I play accurately. So just 4 or 5 moves here from Ding. If he can find the best move, he's going to be doing great. And also, come to think of it, especially if the bishop's on g5 here, and you've played e4, suddenly this knight is no longer defending the d4 square. So yeah, it's actually, on top of the extra pawn, it seems like black has got some counterplay out of the opening, and there might be some tricky tactics that emerge that make it possible for black to win even another pawn. So we'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, Ding deep in thought here. Knight to e5 for black is a very frustrating move that you would like to play e4 and deal with. But all of this is not going to matter if Ding manages to see that he can just capture the c4 pawn. And that really is just hanging. Black has the pawn and the compensation membrane potential, says. Yeah, well, just in the line that we looked at, it seems that way. Let's take a look at some other lines with d-Tech C, because this is actually a very, very critical moment in this game. It's quite easy to think out of the opening, oh, like, you know, shouldn't be too difficult for both players to play pretty quickly. We saw yesterday with the London that both players blazed through, you know, long line of theory. It's like 17, 18 moves before either player started sort of showing signs of slowing down. But this is different. This is very, very different. Rook to e1 is not a natural move in this line. I think it's the Grunfeld. What's it? Neo-Grunfeld defense. Rook to e1 is typically not played. In this position, there's tons of moves. C takes d, queen to b3 is played. b3 is played. Knight b to d2 is played. Lots and lots of different natural moves. And in fact, there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 moves. 13 moves at the highest level played by chess masters. And only the 13th move in terms of options with the white pieces is rook to e1. And this is really, I think, what is caught Ding massively by surprise. And I guess Gukesh is kind of counting on the fact that maybe Ding isn't going to feel comfortable with taking this pawn here, despite the fact that it's the best move. It's almost a little bit like a bluff. And he's probably hoping that Ding hasn't studied this particular line. I mean, it's so obscure to play a move like rook to e1. But when there's an only move that keeps the advantage for black, then I guess this risk is worth it. And I also think that the risk for Gukesh is saying, well, that even if you do take, I'm going to have some kind of compensation. There's going to be an imbalance in the position. And I'm going to have a very, very strong light square bishop. And you're going to have to play very, very accurately to be able to hold on to this pawn. And things could get confusing very quickly. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have a very exciting game. If Ding says, okay, I don't want to capture this pawn. I don't like the counterplay that white gets along the long diagonal. I'm going to play something else. Bishop to f5, we looked at. Knight b to d7. Knight to e4 is also a move. And all of these lines result in a small edge for white. Nothing huge, but definitely a comfortable position for white. Now bishop to f4. D takes c. Queen to c2. Knight to d6. Knight b to d2. And then knight to a6. Very interesting. And I guess you can just capture back the c4 pawn now, which you probably would want to do. Knight takes c4. Queen takes c4. And yeah, this is equal according to the engine. I think the problem for Ding is it might even be the case, right, that if you looked at this position and you had the engine open just for this move, right, you might still be inclined from Black's perspective not to take this pawn. And the reason for that is you're walking into something that somebody else has spent a long time studying. You know, this position didn't just happen randomly. Gukesh has spent plenty of time. I'm sure his team have worked on this position. He just blitzed out Rook to E1. He knows what's going on here. Do you really want to capture this pawn? Even if you know, oh, actually, it could be the case that Ding has actually remembers this position. It could be the case that he knows that he can actually capture this pawn if a move like Rook to E1. But he still may be inclined to say, no, I don't want to go for that because of the fact that it's risky, and maybe there are less risky approaches that are more likely to result in a draw. But in any event, he is down nearly 20 minutes on the clock as a result of this big surprise Rook to E1. These strange movements take you off the studied line. This is why you think a lot, but in many cases, these movements are risky. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Very risky. So interestingly, Leader says that Rook to E1 only marginally reduces the win chance for white, but decrease the draw chance in favor of black. So we have white with 19%, draw 58%, and loss 23%. Yeah. So I think also it should be mentioned, right, that when we look at what the engine says, that is analyzing things almost from an engine's perspective. The engine doesn't necessarily appreciate the nature of how humans make mistakes and how playing a move like Rook to E1 creates complexity. And if you're giving up this pawn, there's going to be definitely counterplay for white. That's the only reason why Gukesh has played this move, because he knows that, yes, okay, objectively speaking, well, not even objectively, just from the engine's perspective, you can capture this pawn. But it's scary. It's very, very scary to take this pawn. And that's why it wouldn't surprise me if Ding just says, no, I'm not prepared to walk into the lion's den and capture that pawn. I want to play something that at least I'm a little bit more in control of. But what will be very interesting is that if, for example, Ding doesn't take this pawn, I want to see how quickly Gukesh plays. Does he understand, like, maybe many of the lines that are associated with this position that include not taking? Might be the case that he does, and it might be the case that he knows how to play for a win despite black not taking. Yeah, man, I'm excited about this game. Let me tell you something. I'm very, very excited about this game. I think that this tank that's coming from Ding, it might be longer than anything that we've seen so far. And he's going to have a real decision on his hands with this move. He has to be careful here, because I think the problem also is now that if he does take, I can guarantee you one thing. If he captures that pawn, there's going to be issues on the clock for him. Because the moves that follow are not super straightforward either. From black's perspective, you have to continue playing quite accurately to avoid any sort of sudden disasters. And considering that Ding has had some real trouble with his time management so far, that might be another consideration. He might be sort of self-aware enough just to say, oh man, if I capture this pawn, I'm going to probably not only have a complex position with black, I might have an edge with black, but it's going to be complicated, and I'm going to have to manage my time really, really well. Which might be scary. But yeah, he definitely looks pained. Look how comfortable Gukesh looks. Gukesh looks so comfortable. He's just adjusting his jacket. He does not seem even slightly concerned. It feels like he has like 3 or 4 moves lined up. And Ding already sort of just briefly shaking his head there. He looks uncomfortable. He actually looks very surprised by this move. Yeah. Shaking his head. Closing his eyes. He looks actively pained by this decision. And in many ways, I think he knows now that he's actually just fallen into some deep preparation, which is really probably concerning for him, and for his seconds are probably also thinking, oh no, did we look at this? Another great overhead shot. You can see Gukesh just leaning back, arms crossed, saying, I already know what's going on in this position. I figured it out. You're in trouble. You need to figure out what you're going to do with the black pieces. Yeah, definitely. What about D takes C, then knight to e5? All right, let's take a look at D takes C and knight to e5. That's an interesting idea. Okay, we had castles, rook to e1. So let's start off with Ding saying D takes C, and then we immediately jump in with white, knight to e5. Knight to e5, and now knight to g4. Wow, that's interesting. Knight to... Oh, you know what's so ugly about this line? Okay, just check this out. This is messy. So I'm sure that Gukesh won't play this, but I'll just show you because it is kind of interesting. If we have this line, okay, so takes, and what was the move? What did you suggest first? D takes C and then knight to e5. So we play knight to e5. Black can respond immediately by playing knight to g4. And this seems like, oh, well, you can just exchange, right? If you take, but look what happens if you take. Bishop takes g4. And now this pawn, how do you defend this pawn? Because you can't play e3. You can't play e3. So what do you have to do? You have to play this horrible move, bishop to e3, defending it twice. This is a miserable move. You don't want to have to play this. And you're blockading your e pawn. You want to play at least e3 or e4 at some point. The very least e3, and you can't play e3 because of the bishop. So yeah, this is a maybe sort of a short-term discouragement of knight to e5. So you wouldn't want to play knight to e5. The engine just says is that after takes, just immediately e4, jumping into the center, right, with the white pieces. And funnily enough, what we saw out of the opening, I was commenting how this is kind of anti-positional, that white isn't wanting to take control of the center. If we back up, you see the situation. We were talking about a line where bishop to g2 first, castles first, without taking control of the center. And that didn't end up happening. Gukesh did take control of the center with d4 and then c4. But now it seems that if you do capture and you start off with e4, I guess the idea is that Black wants to reroute the knight, presumably, to c7 by starting off with knight to a6. Even play knight to a3. In similar fashion, you want to play knight to c2, supporting the d4 pawn. Then b5. I guess knight to c2 here. And now the imbalance that we were exploring earlier starts to really emerge. One of the things that I was thinking before is instead developing the knight to c3 so that when we have b5, there are some tactics that emerge with captures, takes, and if you can open up this diagonal, you have to be a little bit careful. But the problem also is that if you do play e5, the knight is going to sit very comfortably on d5 and then just kind of shutting the door on any shenanigans that might emerge from this bishop being on g2. And basically the knight can just sit there. If at any point you decide to capture, Black gets to kind of iron out the doubled pawns and suddenly the c4 pawn that you gave up is actually quite firmly supported by a pawn on d5. So yeah, a couple of the lines that we've looked at from White's perspective have resulted in things actually not being that attractive for White. But I think Gukesh has some other tricks up his sleeve, so the problem is Ding just has to do a lot of calculating on move 7. And he's already basically down a half an hour on Gukesh. Very similar to what we saw in the first game. Remember that first game, the French defense? I think it was also move 7 where there was a long time for Ding to contemplate. I think it was queen to a5, if I'm not mistaken. That was the move that, or maybe it was just a5 that he played. Regardless, he spent a lot of time on that, and people were saying this is going to hugely affect the game, and that Ding's going to lose because he's going to flag. He's down on down so much on the clock, and he ended up winning that. So again, a very, very critical moment in this game, and I understand why Ding's taking as much time as he is. All right, let's take a look at the comments. Black can't defend with b5. Yeah, b5, well, I mean, the engine seems to think that you can. If you do capture this pawn. b5 does seem to be the common denominator in the position, provided that black takes on c4. So usually you'd be right. b5 would be a terrible move, especially when we have the knight on c3 to begin with. And even more, especially if this diagonal is wide open. But because of the fact that there's a knight on f3 disrupting the power of the bishop on g2, for the time being, it's kind of like, oh, with regard to the knight to e5 line. Okay, let's take a look at that. So that line was takes, knight to e5, knight to g4. Yeah, this line we were saying is just really miserable for White. Got the bishop pair, but you're blockading the e-pawn, which really wants to go to e4 or e3 at some point. And then what's the best move here? Knight to a6 still. Knight to a6 makes a lot of sense when we've traded off our f6 knight, because the knight on f6 wanted to go to d5, but now this knight can also get to d5. Usually you see, whenever you see your opponent play a move like this, where the knight goes onto the rim, you must always be aware of the fact that very likely it's going to develop via c7 or c2. I mean, in some cases, I guess it can come to b4, but all right. I think we've got a move Ding about to decide what he's going to do. Let's take a look. This is exciting. Is he going to take? Or is he going to opt for something else? Come on, Ding. Take. Hey! Yes! Oh, I'm so excited, guys. We got the game. This is going to be the game. I'm telling you now. Max excitement. And Gukesh absolutely snaps off e4. We are going to have a very, very exciting game on our hands. Let's go. Yeah, let's get the celebrations out in the chat. Come on. Membrane Potential says, clock doesn't go backwards. Time to make a move. Absolutely. All right, guys, let's get our polls out. We can decide who we think is going to win today. Let's take a look-see. All right, let's start off with our standard poll. Who do you think will win today? Question mark. Today. Ding. Oh, I should actually say Heisending. Heisending, because I started with that in the thumbnail. Gukesh or draw. There we go. All right. Okay, back to the game. So let's get the analysis board back up again. We have one of the expected lines here. Black still has an edge because I believe the c4 pawn, as we've looked at in a few lines, it is defendable. We'll just see how accurately does black need to play in order to hold on to this pawn. So it's still bishop to g4. Bishop to g4, if we're thinking in terms of what this knight is doing, it's supporting the d4 pawn along with the queen. And it's possible at some point that there might be quite a bit of heat on that pawn. And then I guess another more important consideration is the fact that the queen is pinned by this knight. So we need to make a decision. And probably the easiest way to deal with this is to just play knight b to d2. So I guess you have to be a little bit careful here because, of course, the queen is eyeballing the d4 square. And if you capture back, you are going to lose your queen. But black has no incentive to do that just yet. Because that just doesn't work. Queen takes, knight takes, yeah, you're just down a piece. So you don't want to do that. But now black can follow up with b5. And this has to be something that Ding is aware can happen. Continue with knights with h3. Just trying to chase the bishop away. Bishop to e6. And then a4. a4 is also an important move for white to try and start breaking down this pawn structure. And now we can actually play a5, interestingly enough. a5 is quite a cool move. a5. And then queen to e2. Yeah. And I think what makes this position particularly exciting is there's just huge imbalance. White has control of the center, but it's down a pawn. White also has the long diagonal. But black is up material, has some advanced pawns on the queen side. And also can challenge this bishop. It's very difficult because the problem is you want to play e5. Well, you don't really want to play e5 because it creates an enormous hole on d5. So you have to make sure that when you... I mean, you almost want to chase this knight away first. But even then, the bishop can land on d5. So it's not quite as clear cut. And then if you take... Say you just capture, right? C takes b. Yeah, it just seems the problem is the moment that you open up this diagonal, you have to start off with e5 in order to do that. And as soon as you start off with e5, you have a square for the knight to go to. And I guess the one nice thing about playing a move like e5 is that this bishop's pretty garbage as a result. All right, we do have a move. Okay, was that bishop to g4? It was bishop to g4. So we have bishop to g4 on the board. And Gukesh is absolutely blitzing out moves. Absolutely blitzing out moves. This is crazy. He knows exactly what's going on in this position, despite it being black who has an edge. And this has got to be concerning for Ding. 40 minutes, nearly 40 minutes behind the clock. And it's not yet move 10. Gukesh has absolutely steamrolled the opening. Like, he's almost certain that white has an advantage. And yeah, this feels very much like you're bluffing. And part of the problem for Ding is that when your opponent moves so quickly, even though you may say, well, I'm up a pawn, this position is playable for black, I actually think I might be able to come out of this with an advantage. When your opponent with the white pieces is playing so quickly that you know they've studied this line, they know exactly what they're doing, they don't have to think because they're just playing their preparation out. You have to be thinking, well, does he know something that I don't? Knight bad on d7 because of the pawn on d4. Yeah, so knight b to d2. Also threatening, I guess, to capture on c4 now. And now is the moment of truth for Ding. This is a very, very important moment in the game, folks. If you're just joining us, Ding needs to decide, is he going to capture, or is he going to try and hold on to the c4 pawn? And there's only one way to do that right now, and that's to play b5. b5 is the best move. Everything else results in an advantage. A small advantage, albeit, but an advantage nonetheless for white. Now b5, a4, a6, b3 maybe. All right, let's take a look at that. That's interesting. b5, a4. And then a4. Oh, sorry, a6. a6 is a mistake. Let's see why. So h3, first you chase the bishop away, bishop to e6, and now knight to b1. Or e4. Oh, I think... I wonder why. Alright, let's play knight to b1. I'm kind of curious why this is actually better for black, for white. I mean, the one thing that you do notice is that, of course, when you capture, you have to be a little careful because of the fact that the rook on a8 is hanging, so you can't recapture the a pawn. That I get. Okay, so let's try h3 first. Knight to e6, knight to b1. And the idea of moving the knight back is that you actually want to get the knight on c3. Because if the knight's on c3, then maybe there's some tactics that emerge in terms of capturing this pawn. So for example, let's just play just the nothing move. Now you can capture. Takes. Now knight to c3. Yeah, knight to c3 is threatening. Capturing on b4, and of course you can't take back because the rook's hanging on a8. So now b4. Okay, let's play b4. You can play knight to e2, or you can play knight to a4. Bishop to d7. Okay. And knight to c5. And once the knight gets this outpost on c5, it's very, very scary. In combination with the fact that the bishop is no longer keeping an eye on the d5 square, and you're probably threatening to play e5 soon. Whoa! Whoa. What happened? Guys, what's going on? We have our first mistake, and it is a significant mistake from Ding. He just gave up his advantage by not playing b5, but instead playing c5. Whoa! Could this be a changing point in the game? This might be the most important moment in this World Chess Championship if Ding can capitalize. The move that he needs to find is d5. And by pushing forward with d5, it becomes very difficult for black to find any moves with his pieces. So if you think of the bishop, right? We were talking about the bishop retreating to e6. That's no longer a possibility. It seems the simple stepping forward with this pawn is just controlling many squares. You think about what d5 does. What about knight to c6? A very natural move. You can't do that anymore. The dark squares are out of commission. And yeah, you're kind of blocking the squares that the light squared bishop would like to kind of attack through. But that's okay for the time being. That's fine. especially if these pawns get rolling later on. But where they stand right now, they're very, very strong. And now Gukesh, I think what's happened is he had a lot of moves kind of lined up. And because of the fact that Ding has played an inaccuracy now, this might well be one of the moves that he's just like not really spent much time exploring. You tend to look at the moves that you would expect strong players to arrive with first. So I have no doubt that, like in this position, before c5 was played, that Gukesh had something prepared for if Ding played b5. But this is a very odd move. You're challenging the center, obviously, but it's so natural. I mean, I think most people would see this move and just say, no, obviously I don't want to take. You know, I want to maintain control of the center. d5 is a very natural move. It's a natural move that someone who's 1100 would say, oh, just push my pawn forward. That seems fine. But the other thing that we know about Gukesh is that often he doesn't just go for the most obvious move. He has a tendency to look for other options. And I guess what other options exist? Well, you could play h3. After bishop takes, knight takes, you can just capture in the center, right? Takes, and then now I guess you can push e5. Knight f to d7. You can just double attack on this pawn. And then e6. Wow, that's a surprise. F takes e. And I guess you can just capture this hanging pawn in the middle. And yeah, Ding is up 2 pawns still, but I mean, the compensation that White has is enormous. Got doubled isolated pawns. This one's being attacked twice. I guess knight to c5. Back defending. Ooh, this is actually quite a creative way of defending because of the fact that White is a little bit behind. For example, if you want to take here, queen takes, you have to capture back with the rook, and now your knight's hanging. But then after that, you have bishop takes on b7. So this is kind of a wild line. Let's just take a look at what's going on here. For example, takes. Yeah, this just shows you how insane this is. Rook takes, knight takes, bishop captures on b7, trapping the rook. Engine doesn't like that. Interesting. Okay. Why? Because you have knight to c7. Oh my gosh. Knight to c7. That's a surprise. Defending. You just take. Knight takes a8, and Ding is still up a pawn. And what's also very frustrating is that you're a little bit late in terms of development. Ding is up a pawn's worth of material, I should say. Because he's actually up a piece and you only have 2 pawns in compensation for it. Yeah, okay. So this is not the route to go. But Gukesh probably will eventually arrive at the fact that d5 is a great move. It's a natural move. It's kind of an obvious move. But the question is, will he play it? All right, let's take a look. What's the idea behind knight to a6? Ah, Swastik is in the chat. Welcome to you. Let's take a look at knight to a6. Do you mean knight to a6? Okay, okay, so after a move like d5, is knight to a6 a move? Because then you just capture. The idea earlier, when we were exploring knight to a6, and similarly knight to a3, these moves just were offering black to develop the knight to a slightly better square. And especially now, if you play d5, this would probably be the expected route, unless you want to start off with knight to d7. Knight to d7 also threatening to jump into knight to e5. So this might be a better way for black to develop this knight. Knight to a6 and then knight to c7 was the other alternative, which was at one point a sensible way of developing the knight. But now having the knight on c7 is probably not as good as it being on d7. If you get the knight on e5, of course you can't capture because of the fact that your queen's hanging. So this would be probably the more expected move for black. And in fact it is, yeah. Knight b to d7, that's what the engine says. You can just capture. But, oh, I guess now this knight's on c4, this is sort of problematic. But you can possibly prepare it. Also, the knight on d7 is doing something else in defending the c5 pawn. So it's not a very poorly placed piece. I guess black could even play queen to c7. And then... maybe not. Huh. Yeah, okay. I think black's... in a position like this, it's quite clear that black's on the back foot. Got massive control of the center. Black does have this long diagonal, I guess, too, that you have to watch out for. All right, we've got it on the board, folks. We've got it on the board. Gukesh has played the best move. He played d5. And now that he's played d5, the move that we were looking at, knight b to d7, that sort of jumps to mind. Oh, Gukesh. Sorry. Thanks. Did I say Ding? I meant Gukesh. Yeah. So knight b to d7, h3, chasing away the bishop. And basically the bishop only has one option. Everything else just loses on the spot, because if you move back, your bishop's going to get trapped and you have no more squares available for the bishop. So you have to take. Then knight takes f3. Interestingly enough, knight takes f3 is the only move that wins, which is a bit, well, wins, but the only move that allows white to maintain his advantage. I was thinking capturing with the bishop so that I can keep pressure on the c4 pawn. So let's see what happens here if I capture. You immediately have knight to e5. Knight to e5 is a real frustration. Oh, of course. Of course. I'm so stupid. Threatening to jump in. What happens if I just move back? Still knight to d3, takes, and then I thought maybe here, knight to c4, then e6. Oh, man, that is such an irritating move. e6 is a quiet move. So I thought maybe there's an opportunity for me to recapture, but now takes, there's two pieces attacking, and I'm going to lose another pawn. So that's not an option. All right, so we have to, as a result, take with the knight. We have to take with the knight on f3, and that prevents black from jumping in, because this is a serious threat. Knight to e5 is a very, very serious threat because of the fact that this c4 pawn is supporting the d3 square and will be a very nasty outpost to deal with from white's perspective. Okay, well, I gotta go and study. I'll definitely join later to see Gukesh win. Whoa, let's hope that Gukesh wins. I'm definitely supporting Gukesh today. I love Ding. I love all of the Ding memes coming out. And if Ding does lose this, then I will flip sides tomorrow and then I'll support him. Maybe, depending on what the thumbnail says. Okay, bye Kanish, nice to see you. e6, the only drawing move right now. Yeah, e6 is clearly quite important in a lot of the lines because of the fact that it's challenging white's control of the center, wanting to make sure that white doesn't just dominate long term in the center. You can't allow that. All right, so we have e6 on the board. It was played in a different order. Instead of starting off with knight b to d7, we immediately kick things off with e6 now. And now the best move is capturing the c4 pawn. We have to take on c4. E takes. And then queen takes d5, queen takes d5, knight takes d5. And in this position, we have to play knight to g5. This is, again, the only move that keeps an advantage. Why exactly? Knight to g5? Okay, the first thing that jumps out of me is this situation. So you're attacking the knight on d5. Whoa, this is crazy. Here you can play. Okay, all right. This is where things get a little nuts. There's some serious calculating that needs to happen here, guys. So let's put this up on the big board just so we can see what's going on here. All right. So the last move, Ding just played e6. Okay, and the idea is he wants to challenge these commanding central pawns. And the best thing here is actually just to capture. If you're playing with the white pieces for Gukesh, capture the pawn on c4. That pawn is hanging. But now what you're going to do is you're going to end up losing another pawn in the center. For example, takes, queen takes, knight takes on d5. And here you have knight to g5. Attacking the knights in the center on d5. And instead of defending this knight, the knight can actually jump to b4, threatening a fork. You can capture on b7. Now knight to c2. And things start getting a little bit messy here. Takes. Knight takes on e1. Bishop to e4. And h6. And this is the only line that allows white to maintain an advantage. And where does that advantage come from exactly? All right, let's... Oh, sheesh. Yeah, this is actually complicated. All right, so we start off with bishop to e3, just saying, okay, you want to capture the knights, you can take, but then I'm going to take your knight on e1. And if we look at the pawn structure, I guess everything's kind of holding together, right? The bishop can't capture on b2 because the knight is guarding that square. To d7, defending the c5 pawn, and now b3. And here, white doesn't have any doubled pawns. White's pieces are pretty well positioned. You can see why the engine prefers white in this position. And I think from a human's perspective, you probably would too. Also, it should be noted that the g5 pawn is hanging. I wonder if you can just capture. Can you just capture? Yeah, you can. You can just take on g5 now. I was thinking... And then rook to e8. Ah, okay. Yeah, this is messy. This is definitely messy. Ding just needs somehow to draw. I think he wants to take it to tiebreakers and beat Gukesh there. Could be. It could be the case. Obviously, Ding won the 2023 World Chess Championship that way in tiebreakers. He has experience with that, and that might be a plan for him, but he might not have the option. If this game goes the way that it's heading for Gukesh, it's very possible that he could win this with the white pieces. It's a lot of... I guess this line that we just looked at is kind of forcing in a way. I wouldn't be completely surprised if we saw this on the board. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so Gukesh now down just 14 minutes on his starting time. Ding down 45 minutes, just about. Over 45 minutes. And Gukesh has basically half an hour advantage. Swastik 004 says, I say Ding will draw. Let's bet on it. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. This line just requires quite a bit of in-depth calculation because it's one of these lines that you can actually spend a lot of time calculating very, very deeply. You know, like 10, 15, 20 moves in some instances, because there's sort of more or less one line that jumps out at you, especially if you're looking to play for an advantage. I guess, is there another way? Nah, I think this does also make sense. Unleashing the power of the bishop finally to b4. And then what was it? Take on e1, bishop to e4, h6, bishop to e3, and h takes, rook to e8 now. Rook to e8 now. It's also a possibility. I guess you can still capture either on c5 or on g5, actually. So maybe this is really where white's advantage comes from. That at the end of this line, you're going to go up a pawn, presumably. So let's take on c5 instead. For some reason, the previous line, I didn't notice that c5 was also hanging. That was strange. Oh, it wasn't, because of the fact in that line I played knight to d7 first. Yeah, but knight to d7 still hangs the g5 pawn. Alright, this is probably more expected. Let's take on g5. Rook to e8 now. Then bishop to d2, because of the fact that the rook's hanging. If you move this bishop. Knight b to d6. Oh, sorry. Knight to b6. And takes, and then b3. Because now the b3 pawn is hanging. And yeah, you're just up a pawn in an endgame. All right, we do have a move on the board. Let's head over to the live board and see what's cooking. All right, we started with h3 first. Bishop takes. And now the very important line that we looked at is you have to take with the knight, I think? Oh no, now it doesn't matter. In this order, it's not that big of a deal. So bishop takes f3 is fine. Queen takes f3 is fine. And in fact, knight takes f3 is actually worse. So it just shows you how things can change depending on whether the knight is on d7 or not. All right, let's say bishop takes. Now knight b to d7. You can capture on c4, regaining your pawn. E takes d, b5. And now we play knight to e5, jumping into the center. If knight takes e5, rook takes e5, and we're defending the d5 pawn 3 times. So nice and safe. And then interestingly enough, you can play knight to e8 here. Wow. I guess the idea with knight to e8 is you want to play knight to c7. All right, we do have another move on the board. Let's jump to the close-up of the players. We've got 6 votes in. Let me know who you think is going to win today. Heisending, Gukesh, or draw. All right. Gukesh does follow up with the best move for white. He captures with the bishop. And now there are really only 2 moves that don't lose on the spot for Ding. Well, maybe not quite lose on the spot, but his position will get considerably harder to play if he doesn't play knight b to d7 or e takes d5. Those are really the 2 engine-approved moves. And according to the engine, if he plays something like knight f to d7 for some reason, he just moves back, this would be very bad indeed. You can capture. And knight to b6. Knight to a5. Attacking the b7 pawn. I see. 6 to d7. Giving up the b pawn. Yeah. So this would be basically a line that loses you a pawn and would result in a pretty horrible endgame to hold for black. Okay, so unlikely that we're going to see that. I think the 2 moves that really stand out are developing the last minor piece, putting the knight on d7, allowing white to capture on c4, and then, yeah, we'll take it from there. The real one says Yes, I want tiebreakers. Yeah, I think a tiebreaker would be exciting. I would prefer, personally, to see it all sorted out in the classical games. I think that would be more satisfying. But a tiebreaker would probably be more exciting, to be fair. So, okay, back to the analysis board. Gukesh has just played bishop takes on f3. And in this position with the white pieces, he has an edge. He has an edge with the white pieces. If he had, instead of playing h3, played knight takes c4 immediately, this would have actually been even better for him. But h3 was the second best choice by the engine. And now e takes d5 is actually pretty solid. E takes d5, e takes d5, and then knight b to d7 now. So yeah, I guess the idea is you have to be very careful about capturing this pawn. Even though you're attacking it twice and it's only being defended once. So for example, we start off with knight takes. You can immediately capture on c4, and now there's a double attack on this knight. And how do you defend it a second time? You can't really, as far as I can tell. So now you have to play, let's see, bishop to d4, just disrupting the double attack. So you can't defend it, but you can block one of the attackers. Which is quite a creative way of going. But now bishop to h6 is very irritating. And what's very frustrating about this move is that actually if you play rook to e8, you're in a huge amount of trouble because takes. Now the knight on d5 is hanging. So this line is actually pretty catastrophic. Takes. Yeah, you definitely can't recapture that pawn. All right, back to the players live. We're about to see a move from Ding with the black pieces. Is he going to capture in the center? Is he going to play knight b to d7? Those are the two lines that are engine approved. He does decide to exchange in the center, which is the best move. I don't think Gukesh will spend much time thinking. Yeah, I think he's probably going to capture back pretty quickly. Would be the expected move. Taking back with a pawn. And basically certain that black is not going to be able to capture the d5 pawn. Once that pawn settles on d5, we looked at that one line, which illustrates why that is essentially a poison pawn at this point. You can't capture it. And a very natural move, regardless of what black does now, is capturing on c4. You've been down a pawn, you've given up that pawn. And it appears that black is not really interested in saving that pawn. b5 would have been the correct move to play earlier, but Ding made a significant mistake when he played c5 instead of playing b5, allowing white to push that pawn forward into the center. And that d5 pawn, for the time being, is not going anywhere. It's going to sit there, maybe a little bit of a thorn in black's side for the time being, especially considering that it prevents black from developing the knight to c6. And it can't be captured. All right, so Ding with quite a lot of thinking to do here. And bearing in mind, he is approaching the hour point with just 12 moves played. So an hour and 8 minutes spent on the first 12 moves. A lot of chess still to be played. And Gukesh with a significant advantage on the clock out of the opening. Knight b to d7 makes sense. We just capture on c4. b5. Can play knight to a3. Wow, knight to a3 is quite a cool move. Attacking the b5 pawn. Queen to b6. Defending the b5 pawn. Then bishop to f4. And now both of our bishops are sitting pretty. We have the bishop pair. And especially the light square bishop is a big problem for black. This light square bishop cannot be challenged because, of course, black doesn't have a light square bishop. Rook f to e8. Let's try that. Wanting to exchange, but we just move up with our queen so that we can maintain control of the e file. H5. And then, wow, you can even play d6 here. That's quite surprising. Wow, that is actually quite surprising. d6. Yeah, I guess the idea with d6 is that you're holding on to it, but more importantly, you've got the bishop on f3. I was thinking d6 at some point, but maybe not just right now. All right, so the rook needs to move. So rook a to d8. Keeping an eye on this advanced pawn, but of course it's being supported twice. And now rook to e7. Whoa, rook to e7. Oh my goodness. Rook to e7. That's very surprising. And it makes sense. I mean, if you capture, d takes e is pretty devastating. Rook to e8. And now rook to e1. And I guess the idea is long term, with the help of the bishops at some point. Obviously, you can't play that now. But together with the bishop pair, it might well be possible that this pawn is promoted. And black is going to have to sacrifice a piece to prevent this potential queen from staying on the board. So yeah, that's incredible. All right, so we are waiting on Ding to play what we would expect, developing the knight on d8, so knight b to d7, and then knight takes e4 would be the expected follow-up. Got 7 votes in. Who do you think will win today? Most people thinking Gukesh. I would probably say so too. Looking at this position, if I had to guess, either going to be a draw or Gukesh is going to win with white pieces. If Ding somehow turns this around, I would be quite surprised. Any ideas in the chat? Let me know if you have any thoughts on moves. Sorry, I haven't been that great at keeping updated with some of the suggestions, but I will now. If you have any thoughts on what black could do in this position, apart from knight b to d7, let me know. Guess rook to e8 could be a thing. Still start off with knight takes. But now, isn't it different? Can't you capture on, and then after I take back, this surely is now a thing. Can you not capture? I guess not. Takes. Bishop takes, queen takes. Oh, of course you, oh, of course. This is a cool line. And then you have a check, block, and then, yeah. Okay, so that's an interesting thought. Let's just show this on the board because this is kind of a cool one. All right, so if in this position, instead of knight b to d7, black plays rook to e8, you capture, and now it's really interesting because if takes, it looks like this pawn is still hanging, but there are some other serious problems that black has in store if you do capture. For example, we'll start off with knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, check, back rank. Okay, but you're like, yeah, it's fine. I can just block with the bishop. But the absolutely devastating bishop to h6. And unfortunately, you can't defend the bishop with the queen. You'd love to be able to play queen to d6, but of course that's being covered. So what can you actually do here? Knight to d7, giving up the rook, but at least you're defending. So we are going to capture. And then queen to h5. I wonder, can you not actually... I guess if you capture the knight now, you have rook to rook to e1. I was thinking rook to d1 works, removing the defender. But maybe there's a perpetual if you go this way. Nope, it's still pretty risky. And then queen to d4. Whoa, you have to sacrifice the queen. Okay, all right. That's where we can stop with this line. So that's pretty fascinating. And maybe illustrates a problem with Ding deciding to go for rook to e8. Let's head back to the main board. With that as a consideration, I think would be more expected for him to just play knight to d7. Looks like black is short on one tempo, says membrane potential. Yeah, I think you're actually right. If black was sort of one move closer to having everything developed, like for example, if black had already played knight to d7, things certainly might be different. Okay, but I think the only thing that Gukesh can do here, he has to capture on c4 after this. This is like a move that needs to happen. All right, let's head over to the players live. We're about to see Ding move with the black pieces. What will he do? All right. Seems like he's moved his knight. So we do have knight b to d7 on the board. And I think Gukesh is probably expecting that move. We might also find a situation where he doesn't spend too much time. Yeah, knight to d7 on the board. And I think automatically, if you're playing a blitz game or even like a rapid game, you're not going to spend too much time thinking here. You can just basically capture on c4 without any calculation, knowing that it's pretty safe to do so. Regaining that pawn. And I guess white's weakness is also its strength, where that advanced d pawn, it's being defended for the time being, but it is also an isolated pawn, meaning that it's not defended by another pawn, which could create some complications. But as we saw in most of the other lines, that pawn just seems to do very well. All right, we do have a response from Gukesh. He's about to make a move, and I don't know what it is, but I would be very surprised if it was anything other than capturing on c4. Ayo! Nice. All right, it does take on c4. Not a massive surprise. And Ding immediately blitzes out b5. b5. Now, we did look at this line, and the engine's top move is knight to a3. You can also play knight to e5. Knight to a3 is interesting. Is this a move that really jumps out at anyone? Knight to a3. You can play a6, just defending this pawn. But now d6. Discovery attack on the rook on a8. Rook to b8. Okay, fine. Now bishop to f4. Knight to e8. Maybe trying to set up some kind of way of... I wonder if you can even sacrifice the exchange here. Wow. What about... No. Okay. Queen to d2. Let's try that. That was also an important move. Connecting the rooks on a1 and on e1, and also, importantly, defending the b2 pawn. Because if you allow bishop takes b2, it's pretty devastating. Say, for example, you do something really like, well, whatever. You just play this. Bishop takes b2. And if you don't move the knight's hanging. So the knight has to move to c2, and you're just giving up. I guess queen takes a1. So that's not really a viable move. King of complications for Gukesh right now. The real one says, yeah, definitely. Okay, so he found knight to a3. Wow, he's found knight to a3. That's pretty cool. And out of all of the responses here, a6 is okay, queen to b6 is okay, queen to a5 is okay. But all of them result in white maintaining an edge. And in fact, anything other than queen to b6, that edge starts to become more significant. So for example, let's try a6. Okay, we're going to play d6, rook to b8, and then bishop to f4. And h6. Okay, I guess preparing g5. h4. Keeping an eye on g5. And then knight to h7. Wow. Okay, knight to h7. Further trying to make g5 happen. Knight to c2. g5. Finally. H takes g. H takes g. Bishop to c1. Moving back. Actually, bishop to c1. Oh, bishop to e3 is even better. Interesting. Bishop to e3. Basically saying, okay, you can capture on b2. Takes on b2. Rook to b1. All right. Bishop moves back to c3. And your rook's under fire, so rook to e2 looks a little clumsy. So just defending is fine. So takes d2, takes, and then queen to f6. Huh. And yeah, I guess the only scary thing I would say about this position is that this advanced pawn, now that the dark square bishop's off the board, becomes slightly harder to defend. Might become a liability at some point. Need to move the bishop out of the way since it's hanging. And even though Ding is up in this line, he's up a pawn. The engine still prefers white. And why is that in this position? Why is white favored here? Well, I guess this bishop has to do a lot with it. Also the fact that this knight is pretty poorly placed for the time being. It's actually terrible right now. You need to move your queen or move this pawn. And I guess also black's king is slightly more vulnerable long term, especially if the queens remain on the board. Yeah, a lot to look at here. Definitely a lot to look at. Yeah, it's complicated for both sides. It's complicated for both sides. I think that was Gukesh's intention, to create a situation where it wasn't easy, that there was something to play for, and I guess something to play for both players. But ultimately, Gukesh has to stand as the winner out of the opening, at least. He's really achieved what he's wanted to achieve, and that is to create an opening where things are slightly more complicated and ultimately forcing Ding to play one or two inaccuracies, really just one, specifically the c5 move, where black was in a position that was advantageous, but gave it up after playing c5. And now white is the one who has the edge, but it's going to take a lot of work to be able to hold on to that edge. Okay, we do have a move on the board. Let's watch Ding play it live. He does seem, I would say, slightly more comfortable. He's not sort of shaking his head as much as he was after Gukesh played that big surprise Rook to E1. It feels like things are maybe, from his perspective, a little bit more in control. Now that he spent some time calculating, he probably feels a little bit more comfortable with the position, knowing what to expect. And yeah, we have to give credit where credit's due. He's found queen to b6, which is pretty cool. All right, so now just a small edge for white. And there are a couple of candidate moves. The one that we've already looked at is bishop to f4. Let's head over to the analysis board. Bishop to f4. Preparing d6 and the attack on the rook on a8. And now I guess black can play rook f to e8. And queen to d2. In a lot of these lines, we see queen to d2, especially with the knight on a3 and the b2 pawn hanging. We have to be very, very careful about this kind of situation. And we can defend it against that quite comfortably by playing queen to d2, as well as connecting the two rooks. So kind of a two birds with one stone. Oh, I think actually now the politically correct version of that is what? Feed two birds with one scone. That way there's no birds dying. So yeah, if you want to, you know, have a sort of a non-violent approach. Is Ding chillin'? Seems like it. Yeah, I really like these overhead shots. Pretty cool. I think the players would be a little bit more sensitive to an overhead shot if they had like a excuse me, receding hairline. All right, so we have that on the board. Also, I would say quite a natural move. Gukesh about to play this bishop, putting the dark square bishop on f4. And after the bishop comes to f4, we've already looked at rook to e8, challenging the rook on the e-file. I think that would be a pretty simple follow-up of just shifting the queen forward. You could also play queen to b3 as a similar idea. And queen to b3 also defending the b2 square, which really does need to be guarded at all costs. And similarly, connecting the two rooks on the first rank. But I guess I would prefer queen to d2 more. Just because of the fact that you're kind of supporting the bishop on f4, and maybe it's a slightly more central square. And it basically does the same thing by putting the queen on b3 and putting the queen on d2. They're both keeping an eye on this pawn. Shivam Shah just says, hey, how's it going? Just woke up. Welcome. Time may be the only thing separating them despite a slight advantage for white. Yes, definitely. And as we saw in game 3, time could be an enormous factor, especially if things get complicated. And it should be noted that this position has the potential to get quite complicated. Whereas before, when we were looking at the London, you know, there were plenty of opportunities to settle for a draw, as we saw in the game. Yeah, I think it was move 22, where we had the first moment where we saw a potential for a draw by threefold repetition, which Gukesh rejected. This is not one of those games, I don't think. This is a game where both players have the potential to blunder, to make mistakes, or to find brilliancies. And we haven't seen too many brilliancies as of this World Chess Championship so far. So hopefully we can see something really special in today's game. What was the opening in the game? I think we had the Reti, if I'm not mistaken. Let's back up and take a look. And then it transposed into a Grunfeld. So let's get this on the board. Yeah, we had the Reti, knight to f3, we had g3. And all of this was sort of mainline theory of the King's Indian defense. And then we went into the neo-Grunfeld. And the big moment here in this game was at this point. Now, in this position, typically you just capture in the center, play knight to c3, and you're golden. But Gukesh did something very, very unusual. Out of the 7,400 games that have reached this position, he played the one in 1,000 just about. Only 5 games have been played rook to e1. And this was the moment that Ding spent a lot of time trying to figure out what to do next. And this position is actually slightly better for black if black can capture on c4 and then at a later stage play b5. Ding found takes on c4, which was very impressive. Gukesh jumps into the center, playing e4. Bishop to g4. knight to d2. And here was the moment that Ding gave up his advantage by playing c5. At this point, he instead, if I'm not mistaken, should have played g5 or b5 at least. Yeah, this was the way to go. And it's actually possible, it seems, for the time being at least, black to hold on to this pawn that was kind of given up gambit style. But instead, he went for c5. And Gukesh played a very natural move, just pushing this pawn forward, which was the best move. And since then, it's Gukesh who has had a slight edge with the white pieces. And this is the position as it stands. So there's your little summary from the opening. All right, so now Ding to play. Most of the moves are just rook moves. Rook to e8, rook to d8. Both possible. Remember, there is a sort of threat. I guess it's like not a real threat. But white is threatening to push this pawn and then revealing a discovery attack on the rook on a8. But it's very easy to see that and defend against it. So, you know, we're not too concerned from black's perspective. But the engine does like just moving it now. Just saying, okay, let's put the rook on d8. Making sure that we're keeping an eye on this pawn. If this pawn decides to get rolling, we will say that the rook is well placed on d8 to defend any promotion threats for the time being. So that would be a natural continuation for Ding. He could also play rook f to e8, which we also discussed. Queen to d2, rook a to d8. So just getting these two rooks in strong central positions makes a lot of sense. And then knight to c2. This knight does need to reroute. It's pretty terrible on a3 for the time being. The whole point of it being on a3 was putting pressure on the b5 pawn. But after the queen comes to b6, now we can just reroute it. And I guess the idea would be that we want to set up maybe knight to e3, holding on to this pawn even more. The knight can't really stay on c2 for very long, especially if we have a situation where this knight... I guess the knight on f6 doesn't really have any squares, does it? Can't really move. I mean, this wouldn't be a fantastic move, I don't think. You can just capture and then you have doubled h-pawns. So I guess the idea would be that you're not too concerned about any of the attacks that might emerge on b2, because this knight's just not moving anywhere. So you have a little bit of time, but of course, if this does become a concern, we just play knight to e3, and then the queen is guarding the b2 square, and we're all set. Yeah, that's it. It was the Reti opening, which transposed, well, not transposed, it just went into a King's Indian and then into a Neo Grunfeld. And then the big difference is this rook on e1 being played so early, which really caught Ding by surprise. And that surprise is reflected on the clock. We can see a huge difference between the two players. I mean, if it becomes a situation where, again, Gukesh is up by like an hour, and there are some more complications in this game, it's definitely clear that it's going to be Gukesh who has, at the very least, a psychological edge. Now, I'm curious. Let's take a look at Polymarket and see what's going on in terms of Ding's odds. They have dropped. They have dropped slightly. So when the game started, they were at 37% chance overall of winning the World Chess Championship, and now it's dropped all the way to, at its lowest it was like 31, but now it's caught back up to around 34%. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, Ding burning time. It appears to be the case. And again, we see a situation, if we just look at the player's body language, right? I'm a big fan of looking at the player's body language to get a sense of how they're feeling, where their head's at. And Ding is sort of leaning forward, very engaged. He's seemed at points to be somewhat uncomfortable, moving around quite a bit, seeming sort of agitated. This is something that you see when, I mean, I like watching, I don't know about you guys, but I really love me a criminal documentary and people getting interrogated. Usually, unless they're a complete sociopath and they're feeling uncomfortable, you see these kind of movements, a lot of readjusting their positions, moving their arms, touching their face, blinking a lot, typically indicating that they're uncomfortable. And Gukesh, on the other hand, I mean, he looks cool, calm, and collected, arms crossed, doesn't seem to be moving too much. I mean, he's fiddling with his fingers a little bit, but on average, he has been the one that has seemed much more comfortable. And Ding, on average, has seemed a little bit more agitated. So, of course, that just tells half the story, but it's definitely something worth noting. And I mean, now there's a big, there's a big deficit that's emerging. I mean, 46 minutes. Okay, 18 moves, fine, but 46 minutes to play the remaining 22 moves. And if Gukesh plays not even quickly, just sort of slightly faster and creates complications, it's going to be scary for Ding. All right, we've got 14 votes so far. Of those 14 votes, 21% think Heisen Ding is going to win. 57% say Gukesh, and 21% say it's going to end up in a draw. I think if you had to ask Ding right now, what would he take with the black pieces? I'm pretty sure he would take a draw in a heartbeat. It's because all the lines he calculates come out negative in material, I would say. Yeah, I mean, this is something that we discovered is that in one of the other lines where there were a lot of trades, we ended up in a position where black was able to, or white was able to capture an extra pawn at the end of each line. So the question is that, are we going to see something similar here? Where if there is a situation where pieces are getting traded off, that white emerges with an edge again. It's difficult to say now because actually we have a position that's a lot less likely to see, you know, many trades in a short period of time, whereas there was one line in particular where every other move was pieces were flying off the board. But this position feels like we might see a little bit of a grind emerging where both players are, you know, maneuvering their pieces around, trying to, I guess, from white's perspective, get a clear advantage, and from black's perspective, just trying to defend. I mean, there are some other things that we can take into account for black, is that we do have a situation where we've got a 3 versus 2 pawn majority in the endgame. And, you know, that is definitely compensation for black. That's why we see kind of a small edge for white. It's that it's definitely not just one-sided. There is a clear imbalance in the position. How many moves are left until the increment time is added? Asked the real one. So 22 moves. Then they get an additional, which I actually thought up until 2 days ago, I thought it was an additional hour. It's only additional half an hour, but then they get a 30-second move increment with that half an hour. All right, guys, it's coming down to a situation where Ding is really needing to make a move now. Swastik004 says, chess has become more about prep nowadays. It's like playing against an engine in the opening, and this is where Gukesh gets the upper hand. Ding's prep seems lacking so far in the championship. I would say yes and no. I think I mean, his preparation yesterday with the, sorry, not yesterday, on Sunday with the white pieces was very impressive. I mean, he played a very long line of opening theory in the London system, which we'll give him credit for. But it has felt, I would agree with you, when he's faced openings with the black pieces, he has on average seemed maybe less prepared, which is understandable. Usually when you're playing with the black pieces, it's a lot easier for your opponent to prepare, you know, unless you've very specifically studied something. Okay, we do have a move on the board. Ding has started off with rook f to e8, challenging the rook for the e file. And again, we might see a situation where Gukesh moves very quickly because he's kind of expected this as one of Ding's candidate moves and could very quickly play either queen to b3 or queen to d2. Queen to d2, I think, is also quite a natural move that doesn't really require too much consideration. And we might see that on the board very quickly. And that's exactly what we see. He does play queen to d2. Connecting the two rooks on the back rank, defending the b2 pawn. And now it's Ding who needs to decide what will he do. Is he going to go into the tank for a long period of time? The answer is no, he's not. He's actually just moved his rook. Has he moved? Where has he moved his rook? Oh, okay. So we have the second move that we also kind of expected, and that is rook to d8. Rook a to d8 should be mentioned. And both of those rooks very well placed on the E and D file. And now I think also a natural move would be knight to c2. That move is probably going to have to come at some point, and now is as good a time as any. The knight is pretty terrible on a3, so it stands to reason that knight to c2 is a very natural move. Ding's time worries. The real one says Ding's time worries me. If Gukesh makes another unusual move, absolutely. Yeah. So we've seen a couple of quick moves by both players. This position is not necessarily super sharp for the time being. A lot of the moves that the players have played, especially last 2 or 3 moves, are quite natural. And yeah, and as such, we might find a situation where Ding's able to reach move 40 sort of more comfortably, unless there's another tricky move, which the real one mentioned now. Even with whites, the prep seems subpar in my opinion. Take a look at the game 4 where Ding had white pieces, and as far as I recollect, played the Reti. Game 4 was the Reti, yeah. Yeah. Even Kramnik stated that with the opening, that the opening was toothless. Yeah, look, okay, so there's some other considerations when we're looking at the opening, is in terms of what's happened, the context of the preceding games. So game 4 was Ding playing the opening. So he played the Reti. And remember, the previous game he had lost, right? So he was coming into game 4 maybe a little bit more intending to try and keep things low key in terms of outcomes, and maybe even just aiming for a draw with the white pieces. He didn't want Gukesh to suddenly build confidence and turn things around, because if he had lost that game with the white pieces, then it would have completely fallen apart. So that might have informed his decision of going for something that Kramnik describes as toothless. It's a lot easier, I think, to look at these games from the outside and hoping for like extremely exciting games. But we must remember there's a lot of life-changing prize money at stake. And that is going to be a big factor in terms of what the players do and how they play. So we might have found that game 4 looked completely different if Ding had actually managed to draw the previous game. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. But at any rate, today's game at least is much more interesting. I don't know if I would be able to judge that. I think the openings with teeth are just too deep to memorize these days. Well, I mean, if you think of it, like the Sicilian, we are yet to see a Sicilian defense. And it's because the players are obviously just deeming it too risky. We'll see a Sicilian if, for example, there's a situation where, say, Gukesh wins this and there's an advantage, and then we find ourselves in one of the last games where Ding has to win. Then we start seeing the Sicilian defense coming out. But it's obviously deemed too much of a risk at present time for either player to play it. But in a must-win situation, then of course things change. With draw, both don't get any money, right? No. So if there's a draw, neither player get anything. But what happens is the purse remains the same, right? So what we started with 2.5 million, and each player receives 200,000 before the tournament. So now there's 2.1 million. Since then, Ding's won a game, Gukesh has won a game. So we can minus another 400,000, 200,000 each. So instead of 2.1, we have 1.7 million. And if we find ourselves in a situation where, say, Gukesh wins one more, it goes down to 1.5 million. Gukesh has now got 600,000. Ding has got 400,000. And if it remains that way and it goes draw until the end, then they split the remaining 1.5 million. So in that situation, they each get 750K on top of that. And that means that Ding would walk away with 1.15 million. And Gukesh will walk away with 1.35 million. But of course, if it ends in a draw, meaning that we don't have a decisive result by the time we get to the end, it's equal, 7-all, and they go to a tiebreak, then the money gets split 1.3 to the winner, 1.2. So this situation where you get 200K for winning, that gets redacted. So that's no longer the case if it ends up in a draw. Then they just split the money, and basically the players play the tiebreak for the prestige of winning the World Chess Championship and $100,000. As far as I understand. Okay, so now ball back in Gukesh's court. I am expecting him to play knight to c2. If he doesn't play knight to c2, what else is happening here? You can capture, just exchange rooks, takes... I would have taken with a rook, but actually engine wants knight takes. I guess this is kind of a creative way of rerouting the knight maybe to d6. Alternatively, you can also just play symmetrically, rook a to d1. And now we have the situation where both rooks are on the D and E file, probably going to be kind of challenging each other at some point. Analyze the body language now. Interesting. Yeah, so the prize money, the total purse, right? The total purse is 2.5 million. But if the players win a game, it's not a bonus. It's not over and above the original prize fund. That money gets deducted from the prize. So as soon as one player wins 200,000, that means that the purse is reduced by 200,000. Okay, let's take a look at the body language now. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Swastik004 says kind of the opposite to what we saw a little bit earlier. Yeah, you're right. It's Gukesh who seems a little bit more switched on, leaning forward, slightly less relaxed. And I guess hopefully we can get a shot of Ding and we can see exactly what he's looking like. But yeah, this seems like Gukesh is much more kind of switched on And it might be the case that Ding is in Ding chilling mode. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, Gukesh is looking slightly more agitated than he was earlier. I think also part of it is like whose move it is, you know? If you're waiting on your opponent to move, maybe you just feel a little bit more relaxed. But when it's your turn, that's also could be a part of the feeling the stress, feeling the pressure of having to make a decision. Wait, the Indian flag is also wrong there. I just noticed now. Huh, where? Is it like next to the player on the board? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it actually in the picture? What's wrong with the Indian flag? Is it not right? Oh, the actual flags. I see what you're saying. But I think, is that not the Singapore flag and the Chinese flag? Let's see. Yeah, that's the Singapore flag, I believe. And then the Chinese flag. But you're got a legitimate question there. Why is there a Singapore flag and not a Chinese flag? I wonder if they just swap them so that the Singapore flag's always in. And then maybe it's one day Chinese flag, one day Indian flag. Who knows? Common FIDE L. Nice. All right, well, I'm glad to see Gukesh taking his time here. This is an important moment. Even though I would have probably played... I mean, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't have played knight to c2. It's difficult to know what you would have done considering that I've already had my opinion changed by looking at what the engine says. I still think it would be cool to have like maybe a short amount of time where we turn off the engine and just take a look at the board without the help of engine analysis. The problem I see is that the two bishops, those are dangerous, absolutely. And I think that is one of the reasons why the engine gives white an advantage. And I think also a lot of people would prefer white because of the fact that you have the bishop pair. And that bishop pair is very, very powerful. As well as having the advanced pawn. Yep, Gukesh deep in thoughts. Really considering his options here. I think it's also important to remember that we are miles out of anything resembling preparation. Certainly for Ding, and very likely Gukesh does not quite look this far ahead in his preparation, otherwise he would have moved already. And as a result, all of the plans that emerge now are plans that are going to be basically happening on the fly, which makes this a particularly exciting position. So Stick 004 says, Ding went chilling in the resting area. Wonder what he's eating in there. Yeah, but he has an hour to think. I would imagine that Ding probably just wants to get out while he's not on his own clock and just take a little bit of a breather. Yeah, it could be full on chilling out. I don't think he's going to be there in there for much longer. In fact, it might be the case that when he comes out, he just stays up until time control at the board. And he might just realize this is a good opportunity for me to just take a breather. All right, I think here's one interesting line that I looked at, which could be a fun little idea. So I started exploring other moves that involve not playing knight to c2. And the problem is that if you do anything else, there's a little bit of a threat of playing c4, allowing this knight to jump into c5. So by starting with knight to c2, if black does instead decide to play c4 now, I can jump in, play knight to b4, knight to c5, knight to c6, knight to d3. Both of us are going for each other's rooks. And now, say we capture and we recapture. Recapture, rook takes e1, rook takes d8, and then king to g2. And in this position, white has a pretty clear advantage, especially now that some space has been cleared up on the board. The bishop pair is even more powerful than it was before. And this is definitely one of the problems when your opponent has a bishop pair and you start seeing space materialize, because white just has so much more options in terms of where to put these bishops. And that in combination with the pass pawn and the rook on the open e-file, you're just taking up space.
It's free real estate.
Which you should be doing. So that's something that's probably worth considering. It seems that it's not going to be massively beneficial for black to enter into a situation where there's lots of pieces getting traded off. That was more relevant where in some of the previous lines where black was holding onto a pawn. Black was actually up a pawn. And then under the right circumstances, it makes sense to trade because of the fact that you have a material advantage. You want to go into an endgame where you're up a pawn. And here, even though things are equal, the advantage comes from that very strong bishop pair. All right, let's take a look at what Polymarket says. See if we can get some insight. Yeah, things more or less the same as how they were for Ding before the game started. Actually, that's not true. Slightly worse, which makes sense. Who was telling me what Leela was saying in terms of the statistical breakdown of the outcome? Was it you, Membrane Potential? I think it might have been you. Anyway, whoever it was, please update me. I'd love to see exactly what that says. If there's any meaningful difference now between when you previously posted. Yeah, I think. Oh, you can check. There's a website. Oh, cool. What's it called? What's the link? And then I can open that. Oh, you can't post the link directly. I'll see if I can find it. All right, we do have a move on the board. Let's jump to the players. Gukesh about to move with the black pieces. Sorry, with the white pieces. Will he play knight to c2? Or is he going to play rook a to d1? I'm a bit busy running errands. No worries, Membrane Potential. I'll spend some time finding it. We do have a move on the board, and the move is knight to c2. Awesome. All right, so we have knight to c2 on the board, which is cool. And wow, Ding responds with What? He played knight to f8? Knight d7 to f8. Oh, there's only one knight that can go to f8. Yeah, knight to f8. Huh. And what's the idea behind knight to f8? Just looks like kind of a terrible square for the knight, to be honest. But the truth is that the knight can actually come to e6. And I think this is a interesting idea. Hold on. Why is this not updating? There we go. Yeah. So knight to f8 just seems like, well, what can you actually do with this knight? You're unleashing a double attack on the pawn on d5, but it's being defended twice, so no problem. The idea, I think, is that black is probably preparing to play knight to e6, and of course you can't capture that because of the fact that your queen is pinned. And I guess, I mean, what do you do here? You just capture, oh, maybe you can capture on e8. Rook takes, then rook to d1. Yeah, actually, this looks fine. This looks really, really comfortable and easy to play for Gukesh. It might be the case that we're finding ourselves in entering into a position that I guess it was similar to yesterday, which was kind of risk-free. Risk-free for white, with the potential of winning, and very, very difficult to win for black, with really the only hope being a draw. Again, what I was talking about the other day, Ding doesn't take time when it is needed. Yeah, I think, I mean, to be fair, this last move isn't so terrible. When things started getting a little bit dicey for Ding, actually, you know what? Oh, yeah. All right, you have to play very accurately here to make this count. So let's start off with rook a to d1. All right, we're keeping an eye on this. h5. Okay, h5 I guess also creates some room in terms of developing the knight, but I still think, I mean, the question I have here is that if you play knight to e6, because this is the move that I was looking at. Now bishop to e3. I was even thinking it would be pretty insane to like sacrifice. How insane would this be? Takes. Rook takes d2, takes. King takes f7, takes on d2. And I guess you just exchange, and yeah, this is not great. Okay, so that doesn't work. I was thinking maybe there was something exciting that could emerge out of this exchange, but no. Okay, so bishop to e3, let's try that. No, a5. a3? I guess you're preparing to play b4. Okay. If Gukesh plays rook a to d1, Leela gives 26% chance of winning. Rook a to d1. Yeah, I can imagine that. That's kind of what we were looking at now. Yeah. This is just a surprising move. I mean, I understand why, in many ways, you would want to play a move like knight to f8. Just because you want both of these rooks working, especially the rook on d8. You want to be keeping an eye on this pawn and making sure that you're just keeping pressure on it. And also the knight can at some point develop to e6. Okay, let's play rook a to d1. I'm just curious, if you do go this way and you play knight to e6, you can't give up your bishop. That's really important. You've got the bishop pair, so that giving that up is just not an option. a5, a3, a4, and then h4. Not h4. Knight to b4. Oh, wow. Knight to b4 is so cool. Yeah. Knight to b4, of course, you can't capture the knight because of the fact that the queen's hanging. And then knight to c7. Okay. So then this knight kind of does this really interesting little traverse where it ends up on c7, but it's putting pressure on this pawn. And now the pawn is being attacked 1, 2, 3 times, and it's been defended 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And I guess you're still... I mean, can you even jump in with your knight? Maybe not now. Yeah, rook takes d5. Oh, of course, rook takes d5. Bishop takes, knight takes, and you can't take back with it. Yeah, all right, so that doesn't work. Not yet. So we'll leave that there sort of temporarily. And then rook to e2. Wow, rook to e2 is interesting too. Okay, so quite a lot of different ideas sort of emerging on this line. But all of them basically end in an advantage being maintained for white, kind of regardless of what you do. And I think, as someone said before, it just takes one moment, right? One tricky move that Ding has to spend a long time thinking about for this game to kind of unravel for him. So he's going to have to play precisely. He's going to have to play quickly. He has 41 minutes on the clock to play around 20 moves. And we know that this is something that has been a factor before. I wouldn't maybe read in as much about him losing on time in game 3, Ding losing on time in game 3, because of the fact that his position was basically lost already. But I will say that the fact that he had 4 moves left to play and still got flagged, that was definitely not good. And it's obviously his responsibility to have better time management. Will he do better today? I think he should be fine, provided that Gukesh doesn't catch him out with something else. Okay, let's read some of the comments. It's just too passive. I know we are passive compared to Ding, who's much better, but come on. This is not World Championship level. Too passive. Yeah, look. It's... I understand the frustration. I mean, just looking at the position, it seems like black is just on the back foot, right? But a big part of it, as I think, yeah, so Swastik 004's comments on this. C5 is a mistake as per engine, but it's just human mistake. It's excusable, but the knight on the 8th rank is just fundamentally bad. Even if the engine says it's okay, it just relies 100% on accuracy. Yeah. I mean, I kind of get the reason why the knight ends up where it was, or where it is now. But it feels to me like if you're going to play knight to f8, which I agree is counterintuitive, then you have to have a pretty quick follow-up. And that probably means playing knight to e6 now, like regardless of what white does. So let's just make a move rook a to d1, which is also sensible. It feels like you immediately have to put the knight here. Bishop to e3, knight to c7. And then you can actually play b4 immediately. And this is very scary for black, because the queen is on this diagonal. Maybe you need to actually not play knight to c7 first. Let's do something else. Oh, a5 was the move that we wanted, right? Okay, so we move the bishop. Instead of moving the knight, let's start off with a5 for black, which is a little bit better. Now you can no longer play... Well, I guess you can play b4. Can you just play b4 right now? Yeah, you can. And if takes, you can capture back with the knight. And of course, you can't take... C takes b is not possible because the queen hangs. And now knight to c7. And this is actually equal. But it's still seems kind of complicated. Rook to c1. Wow, you can even sacrifice the exchange. That's insane. Rook takes e3, queen takes e3, and then I guess you just capture in the center? No? What am I talking about? Yeah, you could. Why can't you take here? It's being defended once, twice. You're attacking it 3 times. I guess the rook ends up in the center. And then what? It takes... Oh, wow. Queen takes c5. Now this I didn't see. Queen takes c5 is very surprising. All right, queen takes c5. Rook takes c5. Knight takes b4. Ah, but you capture back and then you just up material. Yeah. Okay, so this pawn is most certainly not hanging. But you can sacrifice the exchange and then play rook to e8. Queen to d2. Capture, takes. And then the idea is that at the end of the line you capture. Okay, actually let's take with a queen and then takes. Yeah. No. Rook to c6. Ah, rook to c6 first. Queen to a5. Keeping an eye on things. And then what? Yeah. Okay, this is pretty wild. So there's a line here that you actually sacrifice the exchange on e3. We'll see if that ends up happening. But I actually, the more that I've spent looking at this position, the more afraid I am for Ding. And the reason for that is there just seems to be many complications. There are a lot of lines that you need to calculate. That's why Gukesh is taking time here. And it might be the case that the next 18 moves are really tricky to calculate, let's say. Knight to b4 as another option. Yeah. So knight to b4, that was the line that we were looking at earlier. Did you mean right now? Let's take a look. Okay, I guess it's Gukesh to move. Is this a position? So we immediately start off with knight to b4. Is that your idea? Well, we can't now. We have to play bishop to e3 first. Otherwise, we just hang on knight. Is there something? No. Oh, just b4. No, not right now. So we could start off with b4 immediately. So I think knight to b4 would be in this line. So we had, what was it now? Rook a to d1. Oh, here. And then setting up b4, a5, b4. We can't play knight to b4 after a5 because of the fact that we're just going to hang on knights. You can capture the a. But if we start off with b4, then we can have this situation. But yeah, the engine doesn't love it after knight to c7. But again, this is what I'm saying. It's just complicated. It's really complicated. It feels like it's very easy to calculate like 4 or 5 moves and then not really have learned anything. And the problem with lines like that, if you calculate like 4 or 5 moves and you're like, okay, cool, I don't know whether I'm better or worse, then you have 2 options. You sort of say, okay, let me look at something that I can calculate deeper, wherever your intuition is kind of pointing you. Or you can say, okay, I haven't calculated enough. I need to continue calculating. And I need to calculate, 5 or 10 more lines. Or 5 or 10 more moves. And if you do that and you still are none the wiser, it starts becoming scary. And I feel like we might be in that kind of territory now, where we're in that awkward spot in a middle game where we could find ourselves in an end game shortly, depending on how the players play. There are just lots of possibilities. All of the lines that keep more pieces on the board are going to be very tricky. Gukesh, deep in thought. Super deep in the calculation zone. Oh no, where did the oh no come from? What did I miss? All right, we've got 18 votes so far. The overwhelming majority think that Gukesh is going to convert this one. We do have some folks who think that Heisen Ding can make a comeback. Membrane Potential says, oh no, Ding is in trouble. Yeah, it would seem that way. Nothing massive. It's just that Gukesh has a small advantage here. But that in combination with a time advantage could be a concern for Ding and Ding fans. Troubling times if you're a Ding fan. Yeah, I can tell you right now, I'm rooting for Gukesh, full disclosure. But if Ding does lose this game, then tomorrow I will be rooting for Ding with the white pieces. That's what we call a fair weather friend. Except I guess the opposite. Like it's when you're supporting your team when they're winning. But I do the opposite. So as soon as my team starts winning, then I turn around and support the other team. I don't usually do that, but in this year's World Chess Championship, I love both of these guys equally. I think I'll only be able to know who I'm truly supporting by the end. Which is, I understand, a massive cop-out, but whatever. That's how I feel. Time gap is closing slowly, though. Contrarian. There we go. Yeah, so if the time gap is closing and it gets down to like similar, where it's sort of 40 minutes apiece, then I feel like both of them are going to feel the time pressure. But if Gukesh makes a move in the next sort of 3 or 4 minutes, I think that Ding is going to... The pressure is going to remain solely on him. All right, so if he doesn't play Rook 8 to D1, what happens if we play B4 now and we immediately start with B4? B4, C4. Rook takes, and then Rook to D1. And I guess the idea is that we've got this pass pawn, and we want to do our best to prepare for a possible endgame. Say if the queens come off the board, we have the rook on D1. We're wanting to make sure that this pass pawn has every opportunity to reach the other side of the board and promote. Membrane Potential says, but yeah, I feel the same way. Whoa! Okay, so he does. He does start off with B4. Let's see it live, guys. We have a move on the board. Gukesh has played B4. We're about to see it happening in real time. Just about real time. And he starts off with B4. Instead of playing Rook A to D1, he is going for it. And it should be mentioned that B4 is one of the engine's top moves. The top move was Rook to D1. Let's just back up. Yeah, Rook A to D1 was the best preferred move by the engine, and B4 was a close second. And it's likely after B4 that we see C4. Actually, you can capture, which is interesting. So if you take, you just recapture with a knight. Let's back up. Yeah, okay, so this is the last move. We have B4 on the board. Takes, knight takes B4. And now knight to E4. Wow, you can play knight to E4. That's cool. Bishop takes E4. And then bishop takes A1. Whoa. All right, things starting to get quite sharp here. Okay, so the only reason I think that this is possible is because of the fact that you can play. I was wondering, I was like, it's only being defended once, but of course, the bishop is eyeballing the rook on A1. So let's take a look and see what happens here. Knight to E4. Bishop takes. Bishop takes A1. And it's frustrating, right? Because if you capture the bishop back, then you're going to give up your bishop on E4. So knight to C6 is actually the best continuation. Attacking the rook, Then rook to c8. Okay, rook to c8. What do you do here? Bishop to e3? Bishop to e3. Sorry. Bishop to e3. This way attacking the queen. Queen to b7. And now bishop to g2. Okay. And now you are threatening to capture the bishop on a. That just is going to retreat to e5, apparently. Guess you can capture, but then the rook will recapture. Then rook to d1. Okay, we just put the rook back on d1 and just ignore everything. Keep the tension in the center of the board. And what's insane here is that in this line, Ding is basically up the exchange. But because you have the bishop pair, and this knight is so terrible, it's kind of out of the game for the time being. There's enough compensation in the position to play for a win with the white pieces, which is incredible. And it's a really beautiful example of why you shouldn't spend all of your time looking at material. I guess also there are some threats about like playing d6 and then discovery attack on the queen. And I guess you can capture with a rook, but then are there some lines where, yeah, it starts just getting just insane. Whoa. Okay, if we see anything like this, and okay, now I'm starting to understand Gukesh's reasoning behind b4 immediately. And that has to do with Ding's time. Because this line that we just looked at is so complicated. And Gukesh has played kind of a brilliant move. He might have even said, okay, yeah, I know the engine's best move is to play rook a to d1, but let's throw the cat amongst the pigeons and start off with b4. Basically saying, okay, cool, I get the fact that my rook's going to be hanging if you do end up playing a move like knight to e4. But he's trusting in the fact that the position gets complex enough that Ding is going to falter because of the time situation. And I think that might have been a big aspect of this game that is informing his decision to start off with b4. It's a little riskier, a little bit more complicated, and a great way of putting Ding under a lot of pressure. Just 36 minutes, 18 moves played, and he has used up 75% of his time, just about. Not quite, but nearly 75% of all of his time is gone. And he has to use the remaining 25% to play 22 moves, just about. And I think taking that into account, I really, really like b4. b4 is awesome. Okay, Ding did not see b4 based on his expressions. All right, let's jump to the expressions. Guys, telling me about the expressions. I missed all of this. I was in the zone. Let's throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Yeah, I love that. That's a great expression. I enjoy that one. Yeah, Ding is feeling the pressure. We've had two good expressions today. What was the other one? Oh, feed two birds with one scone instead of killing two birds with one stone. I like that. I mean, if there's an option to take a less violent approach, then why not? Okay. Ding feeling the pressure. Gukesh at least takes risks. That's what I like about him, even though I'm rooting for Ding. Yeah. That's it. That's exactly it. This is the much more exciting approach. I think we're going to have a real game on our hands here. And I can tell you one thing right now is Gukesh has played an opening that was very surprising, that immediately on move 6 offers black an advantage. Just straight up an advantage by capturing the pawn. But unfortunately for Ding, he did not follow up with the right moves to maintain that advantage. And Gukesh has continued to play pretty good moves or great moves, putting Ding under a lot of pressure. And most of that pressure has manifested in terms of the difference on the clock that we see now, where Gukesh is up 25 minutes. Both players have spent quite a long time, but Gukesh's time management is clearly much better. An hour to play 22 moves should be fine. But Ding, 34 minutes to play 22 moves, especially in a game that could get very, very complicated very quickly. That becomes much more of a concern if you're a Ding Liren fan. Now, I always appreciated Nepo, even if he too took risks and even lost. Yeah, okay, now we're starting to get an idea of how Ding is feeling. Lots of movement, rocking back and forth, visibly uncomfortable. And I think what is going on in his mind now is also the fact that there's a lot that needs to be calculated, and he just does not have the time to be able to go through it all. And in instances like this, where you don't have enough time to go through all of the options, what ends up happening is you have to kind of choose. You have to say, okay, I'm going to calculate this so far and no further, just because I don't have time. But what we've seen with Ding is that he's kind of gotten stuck, where he hasn't been able to comfortably make that decision and say, I need to move on now. He just gets kind of locked into the zone. And when you've spent as much time as he has out of the opening, you just can't afford to do that. So let's hope that Ding does make a move and that we don't see a similar situation to game 3, because I think that would be pretty disappointing. All right, let's head over to Polymarket and take a look at what the odds are saying. May the odds be ever in Ding's favor. Okay. All right, we're still sitting on 33% for Ding. That number is going down, I think, as the clock continues to tick. He was actually doing quite well, making a little bit of a comeback in terms of what the bookmakers were saying about 20 minutes ago. But since then, he kind of peaked out at 39% and now has dropped all the way down to 33%. It has been pretty volatile. But yeah, Ding, time to make a move, man. You can do it. All right, maybe it's worth spending a bit more time looking at some other lines after Gukesh has started off with b4. All right, we had knight to f8, now b4. And apart from taking or playing c4, those are the two lines that we looked at. c4 or captures. What else can you play? You can exchange rooks first. Rook takes e1 and then rook takes e1. One of the things that this does achieve from Ding's perspective is that it maybe lessens some of the complications that emerge from this move, because it's no longer possible. Doesn't really achieve anything. The rook's no longer an a1. So after this, you can maybe play c4. Now bishop to e3. And I guess this is part of the problem, is bishop to e3 and bishop to c5 might be a concern. Okay, let's play queen to c7. And then rook to d1. Okay, so we don't play this yet. I guess bishop to c5, you're probably just going to have to remove your bishop, because the knight is going to jump in attacking the bishop, and you don't want to really offer that exchange unless there's some option of playing queen to e3. And then if you take, I can take back, and I have these two passed pawns, which could become quite scary, especially if I get these pawns rolling. Just to illustrate that, let's say, okay, let's say here now, knight to e6. Oh, knight to e6. Oh, you can play knight to e6. But then I was thinking, oh no. At the end of that line, I'm not defending the d5 pawn enough. For some reason, I thought that I was. No. Okay, so that doesn't work. All right, let's take a look and see. Man, Ding still hasn't made a move. Okay, let's head over. He should make a move shortly. Okay, Membrane Potential says, all right, bro, even though I want to stay, I have to get some work done and can't concentrate with the game in the background. Sorry, no problem. I am a GM level software engineer, in case you're wondering. That's awesome, Membrane Potential. I'll probably tune in a little bit later. Thanks for watching, man. Good luck with your work, and I hope that your software engineering is very fruitful today. Okay, so I think what we might see is this line is Ding capturing the rook on e1 and then maybe making a decision about whether he wants to play c4 or takes on b4 after that. It might be the sort of lowest risk for black to actually trade off rooks on the e-file. But yeah, very, very important that Ding makes a move soon. Cool, man. Have a good one. All right, come on, Ding. You need to move. You need to make it happen. I believe in you. All right, he's looking like he's just about ready to reach out and do something. 21 moves in 28 minutes. Yeah. And again, just to remind us why this is more of a concern than it might be, is because of the fact that we aren't playing yesterday's game. We're not playing sort of a low risk London where you can kind of fire out a couple of moves. This position has the potential to be much more complex. And now we do have c4 on the board. c4 has been played. And Gukesh might find a move quite quickly here. He might take a bit more time to think in terms of what his options are. Rook takes e8 is the engine's preferred continuation. Takes, rook takes e8, or you can even take with a knight. And then rook to e1. Challenging the e-file. And if we have an exchange of rooks here... now what? Queen to a6. Queen to a6, attacking the a2 pawn. Guess you just play a3 because the knight's defending the a3 pawn now. No problems. And we still have the pass pawn. It's being defended even though it's being attacked once. There aren't any threats of capturing on a1 anymore. But still plenty to play for with the white pieces. And Gukesh might say, okay, cool. I'm going to go for this line. Exchanging the rooks. I've got this pass pawn. And my bishop arguably on f4 is pretty strong because of the fact that black also has a pass pawn, it should be noted. You know, they've got the c4 pawn. And if this pawn gets rolling, having the bishop on f4 is actually a very useful square for the bishop to be on because it's back defending c1 and it's also potentially supporting this pawn. So, okay, a3. Let's say queen to c8. Queen just retreats back, trying to get to a better square. King to g2 because you need to defend the h3 pawn. And then let's say, queen to d7's an interesting idea. What? Sorry, queen to d7. Knight to e3. Double defending the pawn on d5. And now h5. Okay. Still got the bishop pair, but things are relatively equal. They're equal in material. The downside, I guess, for black is this knight is pretty terrible. And you don't even have the option of playing knight to e6 because, of course, the pin that was present earlier with the queen on the d file, I think it was on d2, it's no longer a concern. All right, we're about to see a few moves. Let's take a look at what's happening. Gukesh moved very, very quickly. Okay, so he starts with bishop to e3. He doesn't exchange, and I actually quite like this. We were talking about getting the rooks off the board, but now that I think about it, it actually makes more sense for Gukesh to leave pieces on the board. More pieces, more complications, more chance that Ding gets trapped in the time bank purgatory and can't figure things out. So he's playing very much against Ding's real weakness that he's shown so far in this year's World Chess Championship, and that is poor time management. Before, they were talking about how actually Gukesh was the one with poor time management, but so far it seems that Ding has been the one who struggled with that aspect of the game most. All right, bishop to e3. Let's take a look. Okay, so we had c4, opening up that diagonal. Bishop to e3. Another question is, where does the queen go? Queen to c7, queen to b8, queen to b7. A lot of moves that are fine for the queen. Let's start off with queen to c7. Rook a to d1, which is a move that we had calculated before, but just we started the line with rook a to d1, and now it's appearing a little bit later. Sorry, let's get the analysis board up. So this is the position as it stands. Say Ding just shuffles the queen back to c7, rook a to d1, further supporting this advanced d5 pawn, and then maybe queen to d7. Still not possible for this move because takes, you can just take. Doesn't really work. d6. Wow. Wow. So you can actually play d6 here. I would never play this move unless I saw. What's really strange here is d6 allows so many things, but the engine seems to think that it's fine. It allows this knight to jump in. It also seems like this pawn is hanging. But I guess... what is the threat here? If I take this pawn, bishop to c5. Oh, bishop to c5. And I'm getting even more organized with my white pieces, even though I've sacrificed this pawn. Rook takes e1 check. Okay, we capture back with the rook. And then knight to e6. And of course, if you capture this bishop, then you just take back and you have two passed pawns with the support of the light square bishop. But it appears that black can defend this position quite comfortably. All right. So we do have a move on the board. Instead of queen to c7, we actually had queen to a6. Queen to a6 is also a very sensible move. You're still defending the a7 pawn because, of course, that needs to be protected. And you're also strongly discouraging any movements with the rook on a1. Remember, the rook on a1 would like to come to d1, but now if you play that, you're hanging the a2 pawn. It's a big pigeon. Give him time. Yeah. All right, 21 moves in 28 minutes. Quite a worry about that, for sure, the real one says. I agree. Ding is definitely the one who's under pressure here. Can he solve all of these complications quickly? All right, after queen to a6, the best move here is to play bishop to d4. Bishop to d4 is interesting. And again, we have to be careful, I imagine, with capturing here. So, for example, if we take, we're like, hey, this pawn's hanging. That's awesome. Now we can capture on e8. And of course, once the rook recaptures, we can recapture the knight on d5. So it's just a very simple removing the defender combination here, which means that d5 is not hanging. And here you can play h5. You can play knight to d7. This knight to d7, knight 8 to d7. But yeah, it appears that white is still the one that is pressing. Queen to f4, putting the queen on a better square. Queen to a4. Wow. Attacking the knight on c2. Let me just move back with the queen. Queen to a6. This would be a very roundabout way to get a threefold repetition. Play queen to f4. But I can tell you one thing in this position, Gukesh does not want to take a draw. He's got Ding exactly where he wants him. He's got a small edge in the position. He's got a big edge on the clock. He is not going to be interested in taking a draw. I can be pretty sure of that. If Gukesh moves the king, Ding will be on thinking mode. Are you thinking about king to g2? That was one of the moves that appeared. Just pushing that king forward. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this game so far. This has been a fun one. I don't know about you guys, but I've really been enjoying the play so far. Just seeing what the players come up with after heading into such a unusual line. I think also another consideration in this position with the queen on a6, we still have some threats, right, of this bishop attacking the rook on a1. And this is why I thought that actually playing rook a to d1 was more comfortable for Gukesh. And Gukesh probably, under normal circumstances, would have played that if it weren't for the fact that the clock is a big consideration now. If the time was equal, I'm almost certain that he would have just played rook a to d1. And then all of the complications around the bishop and discovery attacks and all that shenanigans, he's just avoiding all of that. But now he's kind of wanting to keep as many complications on the board. There's a famous quote, I was just trying to remember it, by Mikhail Tal. And I'm starting to get a little bit of a sense from that, of this quote from Gukesh's perspective. And the quote is, "You must take your opponent into a deep, dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5. And the path leading out is only wide enough for one." And I feel like that's exactly what Gukesh is aiming for. We are about to see a move on the board. What does Gukesh go for? There are plenty of options, but the option that he chooses is indeed bishop to d4. Is that right? Yes, bishop to d4 on the board. And remember, the pawn, as we saw in many lines, that the d5 pawn is not actually hanging, even though it's being attacked twice. And I'll show that on the analysis board in a moment. So the move that Gukesh played was bishop to d4. If you capture, I can just take the rook, and after the rook takes back, I pick up a free piece because I'm detracting the defender to the e-file. So no interest in capturing this pawn from Black's perspective. And here there are a couple of moves that are all fine for Black to play. You can exchange rooks. Still, you can play rook takes e1, rook takes. And I guess the question I have in this position is this a2 pawn. If you take with the rook, there must be some tricks you capture this a2 pawn. Ah, rook to a1. Okay, I thought of that, but then you immediately... Oh, you play c3. Oh, wow. Actually c3 instead of queen to b3. Okay. So bishop takes, and then queen to c4. And this is a creative way of escaping. So basically, you're going to gain the a2 pawn, but you have to sacrifice the c4 pawn in order to make sure that your queen doesn't get trapped. I was also thinking queen to b3. I mean, you're attacking the bishop, but then... Wow. That's wild. Rook, queen to b1 check, king to g2. And it gets a little bit dicey. This queen is out of position now, so... Looks like a line that Ding won't really be too interested in playing. Alright, back to the main board. Again, just 22 minutes on the clock. 19 moves left. We are definitely going to get to a point where Ding is needing to play a move a minute. And in a position like this, it's very, very easy to miscalculate. And one of the things that we saw previously in the game that Ding lost on time is that he did this kind of similar thing where he spent a lot of time, and it was kind of like a snowball effect where one inaccuracy led to another inaccuracy, which led to a bigger blunder, and ultimately the final position was completely lost for him, even though he did end up flagging. So, yeah. Queen trap. Ding to move. It's just 20 minutes. Yep. Yeah, so we have to be careful. It's not quite a queen trap, but it feels like it might be close to a queen trap. And we have to keep an eye on that. But I don't think that Ding's gonna be too interested in capturing this a2 pawn. He should be able to see it quite quickly that that's gonna not necessarily trap his queen, but it's gonna mean that his queen is pretty much offsides. All right, so the best move for black to play here is to put the knight on d7. This knight that actually was really not doing much on f8, just moving it back. You can play queen to f4, and then queen to a4 is still a concern. Allowing this queen to infiltrate white's ranks. We just move back with our queen to a6, and then we can even play a4. Let's do that. Let's try a4. A4 is interesting, right? Rook takes e1. I guess we have to take with the queen this time. B takes a4. Queen to c3. And yes, you've given up this pawn, but you're probably going to be able to capture the a4 pawn at some point. And also you've weakened the c4 pawn. So it feels like black is kind of accepting the fact that one of these pawns is going to drop off. Probably the a4 pawn. Yeah, but this position's equal. So I'm not sure if Gukesh is going to want to go for this. What else? h5 is another move that could be played. Kind of a bit of a wait and see move. But maybe more natural for Ding is just to develop this knight. Alright. Come on, Ding. Time to make a move, buddy. You can do it. Alright, while he's thinking, I'm going to go grab myself a glass of water. I will be back shortly. All right, back in action. The real one says, no, Ding is taking too long. Then Gukesh will make a crazy move to get him out of control. You know what? We might well see that. It would not surprise me if what you just described happens exactly the way as you described it. Yeah, Ding definitely struggling here. Figuring out what to do. Trying to make a move. Okay, so he actually opts to exchange rooks on E1. That was definitely a move. And he captures! He captures on E2! What? What? This is insane. Oh my goodness. He actually captures here. This is crazy. Alright, both players blitzing out moves right now. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Actually, I'm very surprised that he captured that because it felt like such a risky pawn to take. But I guess... Alright, let's back up. Takes. Alright, queen takes on A2. Rook to A1, right? C3. So he's figured out almost certainly that C3 must be the move, right? C3. Bishop takes C3. Queen to C4. And the queen escapes via the C file. So... nothing too insane here. But you can actually capture on F6. Bishop takes F6 and then Rook takes A7. Wow. Whoa. This is insane. Okay. Rook to C8. Putting pressure on the knight on C2. But then knight to E3. Guarding the D5 pawn, the B4 pawns holding together. But then I was worried about this move, bishop to C3. Is this a move? How bad is this? Oh, your queen's hanging, of course. That's why it's bad. Alright, so queen to C3. And then rook to A2. We just come back to defend our queen. Rook to D8. Anyway, in this position, it looks a lot like Gukesh has got an advantage with the white pieces. We just take on C3, bishop takes C3, and then knight to C2. And everything's kind of holding together for the time being. White's pieces are a little bit more active. We have this advanced pawn that we're holding on to. And black's knight is pretty terrible. So has to play knight to D7. Try and make this knight count for something. And then rook to A5. Okay, so knight to E5. Then we play bishop to G2. Obviously, we need to hold on to this bishop. This bishop's very, very important. And then rook to B8. Defending the hanging B5 pawn. Okay. So it looks like we might find ourselves in a situation where we're heading into an endgame, but the endgame is objectively better for white. And this might be a point where Gukesh spends quite a long time because of the fact that he's not just calculating rook to A1, but he's calculating, you know, the 10, 15 moves that follow. Hey, Mark Allwood is here. Sorry I'm late to the party. I was too busy checkmating nerds. Nice. Mark has been on like a massive chess binge. Watching it, playing it. You gotta go for it. When this time of the year, I mean, you only have the World Chess Championship happen, what, once every 2 years normally? We've been a little lucky that we've had one last year and then one this year. And we had the candidates in between, so it's been really busy for chess. And I think it's gotten people excited about chess again. We had that initial wave when everyone was playing chess during the pandemic. We had the Queen's Gambit. And now we've had a situation where we've had 2 chess championships basically back to back. So it's been great. I think it's been wonderful for the world of chess. And hopefully today's game will yield as much excitement as we've hoped for. But welcome, Mark. Great to have you here. Go ahead and vote. Let me know who you guys are going to think today. If you're just joining us, you can vote. Do you think it's going to be Heisending, Gukesh, or a draw? Heisending, of course, referring to my ridiculous thumbnail. If you have any suggestions for thumbnails, please let me know. So far we've had Bruce Lee, Harry Potter, Iron Man, The Matrix, James Bond, Star Wars, and today's Breaking Bad. I have one ready for tomorrow. I'm not going to spoil that for you. But yeah, I'll keep that ace up my sleeve. Very important to notice the time in this situation with Gukesh having basically a full half an hour advantage. Ding, 17 minutes to play 16 moves with the black pieces, and not just 16 mindless moves of an endgame, but 16 potentially very tricky moves that require some intense calculation and thought. I have to say I was pretty surprised to see this move by Gukesh capturing this pawn on a2. It feels like the queen is pretty close to being trapped. For example, if we played queen to b3 and then rook to a3, getting the queen off the third rank, we're going to throw in a check, but then king to g2. And now at the very least, you would say that this queen is offsides. It would be a little bit repetitive if you played rook to a1 and, you know, you can kind of go back and forth. This is not a draw that you'd be interested in with the black pieces, or with the white pieces at least. So, but that isn't actually the line that we would expect. The line that we would expect is after rook to a1, we have the very irritating c3. And c3 does a couple of things. Obviously, you can capture if you take the rook. But then black can capture, sorry, you take the queen with the rook, but now black can respond in kind, capturing white's queen on d2. And say bishop to c3. Okay, we're going to attack this pawn. All right, let's head over to the boards because we do have some live moves. We're about to see a move from Gukesh. What's he going to play with the white pieces? Is he going to play rook to a1? It seems that's exactly what he's done. He's gone for rook to a1, challenging the queen on a2. And pretty certain that, whoa, he hasn't. He hasn't played c3. He instead played queen to b3. That is a huge shock. That is a huge shock. And I think it might just be the case that he missed c3. c3 is a very difficult move to find because of the fact that it does seem like black is just going to lose that pawn. And you're just going to go down a pawn. And in many ways, I guess queen to b3 is more natural. That is a big surprise. We had queen to b3 on the board. And immediately Gukesh responds with rook to a3, the engine's best move. And that is the first time that we can say it appears that there is a clear advantage now to be had for white. A little bit tricky to see exactly what that is after queen to b1 check. We're going to move our king forward. So let's bring that on the board. And where exactly does your advantage come from? If you're playing here with the white pieces. Still need to play knight to d7. Actually, you could play knight to d7 with the knight on the 6th rank. Interesting. That is a bit of a surprise. Just saying, okay, cool. And I guess the intention here is saying, okay, I want to trade off bishops, right? And if I capture back with the knight, that frees up the queen to be able to move freely along this diagonal. Well, basically to f5. That's the only real square that you have. Okay, let's take on a7. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. And then rook to e8. Taking control of the e-file. Whoa, this is starting to get crazy. Guys, this is starting to get wild. Okay, we've had a couple of very exciting moves. This is actually very similar to the kind of games where you find like something going very terribly wrong out of the opening, and the queen, the black queen, being like deep behind enemy lines in white's camp. We're about to see another move from Ding with the black pieces. What does he start off with? He plays, wow, rook to d7, guarding the pawn. Remember, the pawn is hanging on a7, but I guess it's still hanging in a way because of the fact that it's being attacked twice. So let's take a look. All right, so we had rook to d7. You don't have to capture now. You can play rook to a5, highlighting another weakness of blacks. And that's the fact that the b5 pawn is weak. And of course, you can't defend it by playing a6 because you're just going to capture. Rook to d7. Yeah, rook to d7 on the board. And now we're waiting to see what Gukesh is going to come up with. We're on move 26, and Ding has less than a minute a move in order to get to 40 minutes, to 40 moves, and get that additional 30 minutes as well as a 30-second increment. Who's winning? Kanish asks. Welcome back, Kanish. Nice to have you. I can say that Gukesh has no longer a small advantage, but a clear advantage according to the engine. I think it's going to take some time to realize that advantage. Part of it has to do with the fact that I guess black's queen side is quite vulnerable. The a7 pawn, potentially the b5 pawn, both look like they're quite soft right now. Soft targets, we'll say. No time to calculate moves. Ding is at the board. Gukesh has taken a little bit of a break, and yeah, he's looking pretty uncomfortable right now, and he should be. Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. It's actually Gukesh to move. So Gukesh obviously just stepped away on his own clock, but he can afford to do that. He does have 40 minutes on the clock, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, the best move here, according to the engine, is actually first to attack the queen. The queen on b1, you can play rook to a1, force the queen back up to b3. And just to illustrate why this is actually not so bad for black, is that if we play rook to a1, queen to b3, before, when Ding had played queen to b3 with the black pieces, the bishop on f3 was hanging. That's no longer the case because the rook, I mean, the king has stepped up to g2 to defend that bishop on f3. And in this position, it just seems like the black queen is very strangely poorly placed. It's not really doing anything. It doesn't have any squares at all, it would seem. Think about where the queen can go. If the queen's back on b3, it basically has no squares. I mean, I guess you can trade off. You can play like queen to d3. But apart from that, this queen is just completely out of position and poorly placed. Okay, rook to a3, queen to b1, and now that's interesting that the actually at the end of this line the engine prefers having the queen on b1 instead. Now you can take on a7 with this bishop. You can capture, say, h5, bishop back to d4. Huh. There are some interesting lines here. If we capture on a7, let's just head back over here. There are some interesting lines that I was just looking at now. Let's say we, in this position, we capture on a7 with a bishop, right? The pawn is hanging on a7, so let's take. And then say after something like h5, we just return back to d4 with our bishop. I was looking at some lines with capturing in the center. But again, this is very, very messy. And basically you're up, but it's possible apparently for this queen to do some damage by playing queen to b2. Rook to a5. It seems possible, and then knight to h7. It seems possible to, I guess, reroute this knight to f6 and then recapture. But I guess, can you not just take on b5? And then after this is not really a thing. Knight to f6, you're defending the bishop twice. But I guess after you capture, takes. The queen is going to capture on c2 at the end of the line. Oh, it's irritating. Okay. So that doesn't work. But you can still complete this line by starting off with capturing on a7 and then just do something different. All right, we have 26 votes in. If you are just joining us, you can go ahead and vote. Let me know who you think is going to win today. Is it Heisending, Gukesh, or is it going to be a draw? Go ahead and vote. Also, I should note that it's probably not far off from our time to take a look at our silhouette. And you guys have to tell me, how well do you know the world of chess? I give you a silhouette of a chess player, a famous chess player, and you have to tell me who is it. I think that's a good opportunity to do so now before things get even more crazy. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, now we're heading into maybe some lesser known chess players. Or maybe not. All right, I'm going to wrap up the voting now and we can take a look at the final results. Okay, so we did end on 26 votes. You can take a look at the results in the chat. 65% of people thought that Gukesh is going to win this round. 19% think Ding, and 15% think it's going to result in a draw, which it may well still do. All right, let's get today's vote happening. I will give you guys the outline of the player shortly, but first let me ask the question. Who is this question? Just need to make sure my spelling is right. All right. Those are the 4 players, and here is the silhouette. Let's see how well you know your chess players. All right, there is the silhouette in question. A little bit of context, he's kind of leaning forward. There are 4 options: Gukesh, D, Veselin Topalov, Alexander Grishuk, or Eric Rosen. We have our first vote in. All right, Ding to K7. Is there a K file? That would be nice. Oh, you just mean... Oh, knight To later b6 to sniper the queen on d2. Sniper the queen on d2. All right. Let's get this back to current. All right, so now it's interesting. Gukesh is actually spending quite a bit of time trying to find the best line forward with the white pieces. I think it's a good thing that he's doing this. It is going to mean that he has a little bit less of an opportunity to put pressure on Ding in terms of time pressure by taking this time, but I think it's important that he uses it. He has 14 moves, and he has 32 minutes to play those 14 moves, whereas Ding just has 15 minutes to play his 14 moves. All right, we've got a couple of comments. The real one says Grishuk. Kanishk also says Grishuk. So 2 votes in so far. And if you are just joining us, we are waiting on Gukesh to make a move with the white pieces. Is he going to drop his rook back to a1? Or is he going to capture the pawn on a7? Remember, the pawn is hanging technically. It's being attacked twice, only defended once. And what other options exist for Gukesh? Rook to a5 is another option. Rook to a5. We haven't really spent much time looking at this. Rook to a5. Attacking the b5 pawn. And it's quite difficult to defend against it. Because if you want to play a move like, okay, keep my rook on the 7th rank, so it's still sort of semi-protecting the a pawn, even though that can get captured. You walk into some tactics around d6 and then a discovery attack on the rook. So the rook can't really stay on this diagonal, it would seem. Knight to e8 is a move. Just looks a little ugly. But I guess the benefit is that you're trying to just trade off pieces. Rook takes b5, bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, and you've regained your pawn with the white pieces, and it's quite possible that black is going to lose another pawn. Specifically, the c4 pawn looks quite vulnerable. You can play queen to d3 here, I guess. But then again, after you take it, it really feels like this pawn is just way too advanced to be able to hold on to for black. Kanish offers a line. Let's take a look. What about knight to e1? And if queen to f5, then bishop takes f6. All right, let's back up. Okay, here's the position as it stands. So let's start off with knight to e1. Okay, so we play knight to e1. And then knight to e1. Then if queen to f5. So you're saying if the queen jumps back to f5, then bishop takes f6. Okay, bishop takes f6, and then bishop takes d7. Ah, there's a skewer. I see what you're saying. Okay, but then you can just take on d5. This is the problem. You take on d5, and then if you take, the queen's hanging. You can just capture the queen on d2. And also, apparently, there was some defensive resource before that. So, yeah, trying to set up the threat of wow, knight to e4 is possible here. This is also quite a surprise. It's just like, oh, this is hanging. But is it really? And if you capture, then, oh, it's not. Queen takes e4. And then I guess you play knight to f3 now. Yeah, so this is... this is pretty dodgy. Sorry, bishop to g4, not bishop takes d7. Yeah. I figured the line out after we got the rook and the queen on the same diagonal, I realized. But yeah, the problem with that line is the fact that the queen can capture this pawn, and you have to take back. You don't have time to capture the rook on d7, which is irritating. But well spotted. That is an interesting tactic. Unfortunately, it doesn't work here. Takes. Okay. Yeah, Gukesh spending a lot of time here. I think the move that I'd like to see from Gukesh is rook to a5. Because it feels like, okay, this pawn's hanging, you'll be able to capture it basically at any point, but why not go for the b5 pawn now? Taking on b5 is very, very irritating for black. Because it does so many things at the same time. And obviously you're able to pick that pawn off. And also you're holding the d5 pawn, just supporting the center a little bit better. So guarding the b4 pawn. Really versatile move. All right, we should see a move shortly from Gukesh. Let's jump to the live board. All right, I've got a couple of votes. Let me know who you think this is. Gukesh, D, Veselin Topolov, Alexander Grishuk, or Eric Rosen. How well do you know the world of chess? Okay, Gukesh, still waiting to make that move with the white pieces. Let's hope he finds rook to a5. That will be a great way of maintaining his advantage. And also, if he plays rook to a5, it becomes harder and harder for black to defend. This is the snowball effect that I'm talking about, where the best move that you can find still is +1 for white when you're playing with the black pieces. And every other move is even worse. So that's always scary when you're playing a game where even if you play the best move, your opponent still has an advantage. And the best move in this position, if you play rook to a5, it's just to jump back with your knight. Knight to e8. Can capture on b5. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. Queen to d3. Can even capture on d3 here. Takes. Rook back to a5. And the rook needs to come to a5 because of the fact that it's kind of important to pick this pawn off, I imagine. Let's play knight to d6. Very natural move. Rook to a3. Attacking the d3 pawn. And then rook to b7. Attacking your loose b4 pawn. Knight to c6. Back defending the b4 pawn and still threatening to capture on d3. Knight to d7. And finally we get to capture on d3. And this right here... Oh, sorry, I don't have the analysis board up. Apologies. Thanks for letting me know the real one. I'm going to back up and quickly go through that line one more time. Okay, so... Rook to a5. Knight moves back to e8. And here we have captures on b5. Bishop takes. Knight takes. Queen to d3. Trying to sort of trade off and get out of jail. But it just doesn't work here. Because after rook to a5, we are going to go pawn hunting. And if we capture this pawn, we're just going to be up a pawn with the white pieces. And black has basically no compensation for that. So... yeah, it becomes tricky. So here, rook to a3, rook to b7, trying to say, okay, if you take the d3 pawn, I'm going to recapture the b4 pawn, but now I can just jump forward and defend the b4 pawn this way. Knight to d7, and finally I capture the pawn on d3. And this is the big problem that Ding has. In many of these lines, I feel like the advantage is going to be material, and it's going to be a pawn. And if Gukesh can go up a pawn coming out of this middle game, it's going to be very, very difficult for Ding to try and defend being a pawn down. All right, well, the one thing that we can say, though, about the time advantages is that it's quickly evaporating. Yeah, time is close. It's not so clear for a win. I think what we'll probably end up seeing, now that Gukesh has kind of taken his foot off the accelerator somewhat, we are about to see a move from Gukesh. Let's see if he plays rook to a5. Yes, he finds the best move. Wow. Great job. Great job, Gukesh. He finds rook to a5, and now we have some serious prospects for white. White has something to play for by finding this move, rook to a5. Really great move from Gukesh. And now the only move that works after rook to a5, the only move that works, that kind of holds things together, is to play knight to e8. Let's see if Ding finds it. He's about to make a move with the black pieces. Will he find knight to e8? Such a tricky move to find. It appears not. I'm not sure exactly what he looks like. He moved the queen. Yes, so he played queen to b3. Instead of knight to e8, instead he played queen to b3, and now we have a definitive advantage if we can capture b5. All we do is we just take on b5. Things are getting very, very dicey, very scary. If you're a Ding Liren fan, we're going to see the markets going crazy. Let's take a look at Poly Market. I think we might see a big, big reaction. Ding's chances going from 38, 39%, dropping all the way down to 25% with that move. A lot of pressure now. Gukesh just needs to snap off that b5 pawn. There's no real risk with the queen on b3. Just take that pawn. It's a free pawn. And the best that black can respond with after you capture the pawn on b5 with the rook is simply h5. Let's go to the board. We are about to see a move. Gukesh should make a move shortly. Very exciting. Oh no, he doesn't take. He comes back. He brings the rook back and attacks the queen. And of course, the queen just moves back. Very, very odd decision from Gukesh. I have no idea why he played that. It might be the case that we see the rook go back to a5, and this might be just a way of picking up some extra time. That would be probably an explanation. Remember, we can repeat a position twice, but not 3 times. And if you can repeat it twice, that means you're one step closer to getting to time control. And I think that's exactly what we might be seeing here. That would be the explanation for me, at least. Queen goes back to b1, probably expecting rook to a5, and then possibly queen to b3 again, and then maybe we will see Gukesh capture on b5. So the idea of taking on b5 is still potentially in the cards. Maki Oteda says, Gukesh, just resign, please. Oh no, I don't think that's going to happen. We're not going to see that. Not anytime soon, at least, and potentially not at all in this game, especially with the momentum being very firmly in Gukesh's corner. Kanish says, who did Mark bet on? Actually, I don't think Mark bet today. Mark, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Remember, Mark is from Australia. G'day, mate. And in Australia, it's pretty late right now. So, yeah. Might well be on his way to sleep. So, I don't know, truthfully, what Gukesh is thinking about. Crikey. Nice. Sorry, some shrimp on the barbie. All right, no more. No more. Okay, so rook to a5, like, I would just blitz that out. I mean, you're just trying to remember, these guys have 12 moves left. For some reason, for some reason, I thought that we were closer. I thought it was like move 32 or 33. I don't know. Oh, I think it was because I was looking at the position after doing a bunch of analysis, and I was like, oh, they've got like 6 moves left. They don't. They have a lot of chess to play still. So 12 moves to get to time control. Just 15 minutes and 19 minutes for Ding and Gukesh respectively. All right, while you guys are taking a look at the position, take a look at this silhouette. Who is this? Is it Gukesh, Veselin Topalov, Alexander Grishuk, or Eric Rosen? Those are your options. How well do you know the world of chess? Pass the Vegemite. Is that a thing in Australia as well? I'm not familiar with that reference. Okay, back to the board. Back to the board. We are waiting on the will to change. I kind of don't get this situation. If, for example, Gukesh was like, okay, I can throw in an attack on the queen, I can play rook to a3 and then just go back. Surely he would have played it like very quickly. Like, what is the idea behind this move? If it weren't for the fact that you said, okay, I want to burn a move so that I'm closer to time control, and then I can just move back. If that was the case, wouldn't he have done so already? I guess that's the question. The real one says he's all in on Alexander Grishuk. Okay, well, so far out of the 8 votes, we've got 25% for Gukesh, 25% for Topalov, and 50% for Grishuk. No one thinks it's Eric Rosen. All right, let's head over to the live board. Hopefully we see Gukesh coming up with something shortly. Down to 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He needs to play 12 moves. And Ding has 15 minutes to play 12 moves. So it will be tight, especially if there's anything even remotely complicated, which, as we've discussed before, might well be the case. This is not a position that plays itself. Definitely not a position that plays itself. We will be keeping an eye on the game, and we will be keeping an eye on some potential lines that might emerge from this in a moment. But I just need to do a little bit of behind the scenes magic. Little bit of behind the scenes magic. Okay, that's done. All right, back to the game. So one thing that I wanted to check, let's take a look at what Polymarket says. We have been keeping an eye on what the bookmakers have been saying about Ding's odds in this game. The start of the game, he was a 37% favorite to win the overall World Chess Championship, and with what's taken place so far in this game, that has dropped all the way at its lowest to 22. We do have a move on the board. Gukesh has moved up. He's captured the pawn on b5, and we have queen to d3. You gotta take, and then just basically send the rook back from whence it came, back to a5, back to a3, capture the pawn on d3 eventually, and we have a big mistake. The chances for Gukesh absolutely nosediving on Polymarket after that combination. All right, so the idea is we're just going to capture. We're going to capture the queen. No, we're not going to capture the queen. Queen takes d3 is a huge mistake. Whoa. I spent a little bit of time calculating this line earlier, but of course something has changed in the position. Something has changed in the position where capturing is no longer the best move. And Gukesh has played queen to f4, which is a blunder, apparently. Both players starting to feel the pressure. It's happening. Big time. Back to the game. Queen to f4. Now, what are we going to follow up with the black pieces? Okay, what was the best move out of curiosity? Bishop to e3 was the best move. Bishop to e3, defending the queen. And I thought the idea here, which I was clearly mistaken, maybe the engines had a little bit more time to reflect on capturing on d3. Takes, but I think perhaps in the line that I explored, the knight wasn't on c2, and because of the fact that the knight's on c2, we have to burn a tempo getting the knight out of the firing line. That must be it. Anyway, even though Gukesh didn't play the best move, he still does have an advantage here. And what's kind of wild is you can just capture this knight. But then bishop takes on f6. Of course, it's only being defended once. So that's the threat here. If you are just joining us, things are getting pretty insane pretty quickly. The last move that we saw on the board was not the best move. We had queen to f4, which is being flagged as a missed win. But it should be noted that black still has a big disadvantage, or is at a disadvantage, and white has an advantage here. If you do decide to capture on c2, now you just simply capture the knight because it's only being defended once. And then apparently here, it's very important for you to play queen to f5. Takes, g takes, and then bishop can take on g7. And this leads to an endgame where white is just slightly ahead. Or maybe more than slightly. You've got doubled pawns on the f-file that are going to be pretty tricky. Your knight is pretty terrible in terms of where it's placed for the time being. I guess it does have a square that it can develop via, but anyway, let's head back to the game. Just a few moments before we get to time control. Hopefully the players can play out the remaining 10 moves in the allotted time. Ding has 12 minutes for those 10 moves, and Gukesh has 15 minutes for his 10 moves. It does make sense keeping the queens on the board. And I think what we should have seen is if Gukesh possibly had more time, he might have spotted this move, bishop to e3. After queen takes d2, bishop takes d2. Knight to e8. Bishop to e3. And it just feels like this pawn is very, very strong in the center. The c4 pawn looks like it might drop. I guess maybe playing rook to c5 and then trying to get rid of the support of the bishop on g7 would be my expectation in terms of why this is better for white than it is for black. But it's a very complicated position, and I think this is one of the reasons why we're starting to see the players coming up with some inaccuracies. It's really scary stuff. Very scary indeed. Rook to d8 supporting the queen. Oh, rook to b8. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, getting the rook on b8 and also creating this very uncomfortable pin long term. But I think part of the consideration for this position is what is black going to do? Because if black's going to capture the knight on c2, then you have to respond by taking on f6. Otherwise, you're just going to go down a piece, which would be suboptimal. Nine minutes for Ding. Less than a minute a move. Less than a minute a move in a very, very tricky position. This is pretty intense stuff. Got some peppermint scent and some orange essence. Then somehow bishop to c5. Yeah, bishop to c5 is also quite a natural move. And I think your idea of putting the rook on b8 as well as setting up bishop to c5 is important. But remember, bishop to c5 is not possible if, for example, black decides to capture the knight on c2. You have to give up your bishop, otherwise you're going to go down a piece. If black chooses to play something else, like say g5 apparently is a move. Queen takes g5, h6 is a move. Guess you just move back to f4. And now knight to g6. Oh, wow. Wow. That's so clever. I guess you have to throw in a check now, yeah, on b8. So this is a really, really creative resource that black has here. Is to actually start off with g5. Sacrifice the g5 pawn. Why? Because you're making space on g6. If you capture back, you can throw in another pawn move that attacks the queen. And after the queen moves back to the square that it came from, it might be feeling, well, that's fine. I just gained a pawn for basically nothing. This knight is finally given an opportunity to develop. All right, back to the players. Let's take a look at what's going to happen on the board. We do have a few moves, I think. All right, Ding is about to move. Okay, he captures the knight on c2, which is what we expected. Now, mandatory recapture back on f6. And then the queen retreats. Are we going to see queen to f5? Yes, we do see queen to f5. So all engine moves. Very impressive stuff by both players. And now the best thing to do in this position, I believe, we'll take a look. I think it's just to capture the queen and just to say, okay, we're going to go in an endgame where you have horrible double pawns on the f-file. Actually, no. Bishop to g5 is the best move. Bishop to g5. Now, if you take on f4, I just capture with a bishop. Still got the bishop pair. Your knight is still terrible. And I have this very strong pass pawn. And you have a weak c pawn. And I think this would be definitely the way forward for Gukesh. Big advantage to be had if he can just simply play this move and not go for exchanging queens now. Even though it does benefit him. Taking, obviously, doubling the pawns on the f-file. But it actually works out better for him. And I think he might realize this considering he's still a favorite on the clock. No, he takes Gukesh. No! Gukesh decides to trade queens. Why? All right, so now instead of a significant advantage, he has just an advantage. And we might find ourselves in for a bit of a long endgame here. We haven't had a crazy long endgame for a while, but today might be the day. Today might be the day. All right, we also have an exchange of bishops. Dark square bishops are off the board. And the players are definitely playing a lot faster. Getting to the 40 move mark, which is a big priority right now, especially for Ding, who is much shorter on time than Gukesh. And both players firing out moves. So just 5 moves away now. And I think that'll really kind of alleviate some of the pressure for Ding, even though the position is objectively worse for him. And the idea is very simple in this position. After the knight finds its way to g6, finally gets on a square that it's kind of reasonable on. The issue, of course, is that we can simply capture the pawn on c4. And now white is up a full pawn. Black is in trouble because black has double pawns on the f-file. And I guess knight to e5. Forking the bishop and the rook, but then we just play rook to d4. Let's make sure that we're defending. It's very important that we defend this pawn because remember, if wherever the rook goes, it needs to defend its advanced d pawn, because that's a big reason why white is got an advantage in this position. So we play rook to d4, which is likely, and I guess black needs to decide, are we comfortable with just exchanging the light square bishop? Are we going to be able to hold here? Very tricky. Very, very tricky. Sorry, Marky Artida, I missed your suggestion. There were so many moves that happened so quickly. All right, we do have that on the board. Rook to d4. Are we going to see takes? The best move here is knight to c6. This is very important that we have knight to c6 on the board. You can't capture the knight because your rook's hanging. So if black doesn't find this move, everything else is pretty bad, apparently. Everything else is like plus 1.3, plus 1.6. He does find it. Kind of an only move situation for Ding. He's playing clutch. He gets the knight on c6, and now we need to move our rook. Remember, our rook's under fire, and we can't capture the knights without hanging our rook. Rook to d2 is fine. And then I guess what's interesting here is you can actually take on b4. You're giving up the b4 pawn, but now d6. d6 is scary. Getting this pawn rolling is scary. Because of the fact that the bishop at some point, for example, maybe like bishop to d1, bishop to a4, attacking the rook. Of course, you can't play bishop to c6 right now, but this might be the way to approach setting things up. Quite an attractive way of developing the bishop behind the rook, putting the bishop on a4, forcing the rook away, and then eventually playing d7 with the intention of, say, playing rook to e2 and then maybe rook to e8 with promotion. So this could be quite an exciting next couple of moves. We're not far away from getting to 40 moves where the players will receive an additional 30 minutes and a 30-second increment. And if you are just joining us, can you tell me, pray tell, who is this? You have 4 options: Gukesh D, Veselin Topolov, Alexander Grishuk, or Eric Rosen. Who is this silhouette of? It's at a bit of a weird angle, but it's basically the person like leaning forward. That's why it's a bit funny. Back to the game. Still waiting on Gukesh to make a move. For the white pieces, I was thinking that's why rook to d1 makes sense, like just the whole way back. But actually rook to d2 is kind of brilliant because of the fact that it allows a square for the bishop to kind of rotate around. So let's just say, okay, let's take. We can't play that now, right? We can't play because this is hanging. So we start off with d6. Then knight to a6. What? Rook to d8. Okay, the rook moves back. Do we still want to play bishop to d1? Yes, we definitely do. Okay. Back to the board. We're going to see some moves on the board. Let's take a look and see exactly what Gukesh comes up with the white pieces. He does need to make a move. We're very, very close to that 40 move mark. And instead of playing rook to d2, he actually plays rook to f4, targeting the weak f5 pawn. And Ding instantly responds with knight to e7, defending the f5 pawn. Very sensible. Kanash says, what about d takes c, rook takes d4, c7? Oh, c7. Okay, let's take, that's an interesting idea. Let's just take a look here. Takes rook to c4. Yeah, you're a little too late with that line. You're a little bit too late with that line, with the rook to c4 line. Just illustrate why that doesn't quite work. Okay, so Kanish was thinking, well, why can't we just capture, and after rook takes, we push forward with this pawn. Did you say c7 first? Yeah, and then rook to c4, and then bishop to b7. It's not in time, because you can just capture. And yeah, if you had an extra tempo, this line could work, but unfortunately, doesn't quite work here. So instead, on the board, we have rook to f4, knight to e7, and I guess we probably just have to move back with our rook to d4, because remember, we are still needing to deal with the double attack on d5. Or not, apparently, because that's not what was played. Whoa. Shows you what I know. Okay, so let's get this on the board. So he just ignores. He ignores the d5 pawn. And I guess the idea is that if you take... can I just play rook to d4 now? But then I feel like you're defending. Oh no, if you take, then I can capture on f5. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. And obviously you can't take with the rook because then I can take with the bishop. Got it. Okay, so b5 is clever. b5 is being pretty forward thinking and realizing, okay, this pawn, even though it's hanging, I can just recapture on f5. Won't have a problem. And if anything, having the pawn on the 5th rank being supported by the rook on f5 is actually fine. This is exciting stuff. Exciting stuff that we're watching unfold here. Gukesh has had several opportunities to turn this edge with the white pieces into a big advantage. Unfortunately, he's not found the winning moves, despite having a big advantage on the clock. But there's still a lot of chess to be played, and it's completely possible that Gukesh still wins this game. But he's definitely made it hard for himself. That's for sure. All right, the best move here is actually to step forward with a king and basically saying, okay, I'm going to use this king as a full-fledged piece on its own, bring it into the game and try and make it count for something and see if I can take control of some key squares by moving forward with my king. And that's exactly what we have on the board. We have king to f6 being played by Ding. Super engine-like, super machine-like, awesome move by him. And we've had a few moves now. Okay, so after king to f6, did we see Gukesh play something? Did he follow up with something? No, not yet. All right, so Gukesh yet to play after Ding stepped forward with his king. The best move here is just to move your rook back to d4. Rook to d4. It's bringing it back. Keeping an eye on the d5 pawn. And what's worth mentioning here is just a moment ago, we could allow the f5 pawn, the d5 pawn to hang, knowing that if we encounter a move like takes, we can just capture on f5, no problem. But now that the king is on f6, it is guarding that f5 pawn. All right, we are about to see a move. Let's see exactly what Gukesh comes up with the white pieces. He should just play the expected move, rook to d4. Very natural. Need to defend that pawn. And we do see that on the board. I don't think this is going to come remotely as a surprise to Ding. And now we are just one move away from time control. Ding has 3 minutes. We aren't going to see the same drama that we saw in the third game. Both players will reach 40 moves and get an additional 30 minutes as well as a 30-second increment. And probably expecting that we might see a very, very long grinding endgame where white has an advantage and black is defending. We are about to see Ding play a move that gets him, I believe, one step closer to move 40. I think they're on move 39 now, so the next move for white and black gets them that additional 30 minutes. All right, so he starts off with h6. h6, another very solid move. Not really wanting to do anything that changes the position massively. You don't really want to move for the king. You don't really want to move the a pawn. Might be the case that this is kind of like a zugzwang type situation where really there aren't any other good moves except for h6. And it might not even be a good move, it just might be a move that doesn't make your position worse. And now it should be noted that after h6, white actually isn't quite in the same position, because white has more moves that can improve the position for white. And it seems that a big chunk of that is bringing the king into the game by plotting this path f1 e2 and kind of maybe moving the king into a more advantageous position where it can support these two pawns and possibly have a longer term plan of trying to get these pawns rolling and eventually promoting. Rook to d4. Okay, so we've had rook to d4 and then d6. Yeah, I was looking at d6. I'm kind of a little bit skeptical about d6. We will play it. Okay, the engine seems to think it's fine. Then knight to c8. Bishop to b. Whoa, bishop to b7. Whoa. Bishop to c6 and then rook to d8. So you're giving up that pawn. King to f3. King to e7. And I guess, yeah, you've given up the additional pawn that you've gotten, but now there's some other pressure, I guess, that maybe comes with wanting to. At some point, this knight is going to have to move. Let's see. Okay, let's play rook to a4 first. Okay, rook to a4, knight to c8, kind of unpinning itself and defending the a7 pawn. Oh, this is frustrating. b7, wanting to remove the defender. Knight to d6, just moving back. And then I guess you can't even capture. You can't capture because of the fact that there's rook to d7. And yeah, you're in a lot of trouble. So you just play back to b6. Sorry, to c6. And then knight to c8. And there's some repetition that happens here. So yeah, it feels like maybe a bit premature to push d6. But it needs to happen at some point. And the reason why it's a bit premature is because of the fact that this knight move is kind of frustrating. As soon as this pawn gets onto dark squares, then it becomes possible for black to attack it twice. And unless the king is very advanced, and I think this is the idea about this king move, is getting the king in a more advanced position so that it can support the d5 pawn. But yeah, I could be wrong. All right, still waiting for Gukesh to make a move. Rook to h4 is also a move, which is interesting. But then king to g6, you just move back. f6. Yeah, I think really all of this is ultimately going to lead Gukesh to realizing that, okay, he can't really make any progress without the king. Therefore, it stands to reason the king needs to enter into the game. And what's the best way for that to happen? I mean, you don't really want to open up squares for the time being, unless it's really going to benefit you. So we have time. That's the one thing that we do have, is that we've got time. And he finds it. He does find that move. He's played king to f1. And as a reward for finding king to f1, he gets an additional 30 minutes since he's reached the 40 move mark. And Ding has 2 minutes and 40 seconds to figure out a reply to king to f1. And then he'll also receive an additional 30 minutes as well as a 30-second increment. All right. We have another situation where we have a one move mandatory find that Ding needs to play. He has to play knight to c8. And every other move gives white a significant advantage. So very, very important that he finds this now. This move would have completely jumped out at you if you had already started with d6. So for example, if white plays d6, just such a natural move. You don't even need to think about it. Anyone would be able to find that. But now that there isn't really that threat, it's maybe slightly less of a natural move, but it still makes sense to reroute the knight and try and say, get it ready for a move like knight to d6, or probably actually better on b6 maybe. Yeah, knight to d6 or knight to b6 are both fine moves, but I guess this way you are attacking the b5 pawn. So let's play king to e2. Wow, if you play king to e2, then how exactly? Oh, you can defend it. So let's play knight to d6 and then just rook to h4. Sorry, rook to h4. This side. If you capture this pawn, then I can capture the H pawn. King to G7. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Now king to E3? Really? But then you're just allowing knight takes B5. Rook to A4. King to F6. Oh. Yeah, it gets a bit repetitive here. All right, Ding is spending basically every second of his time. He is down to just under 30 seconds now. The clock is ticking. He needs to make a move. Will he find this little knight traverse, moving the knight back to C8? Very often counterintuitive moves of moving your knight backwards. But in this instance, it's not the most unnatural move. Guys, 11 seconds on the clock. Come on. All right, we have a king move. We have a king move. The king steps forward. Wow. King to E5. Good grief. That is not what we expected. King to E5 is a mistake. And this is a move that has... This is a move that has let Gukesh back into the game. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's here. All right. King to E5. And I guess the idea is after rook to H4, you have to play knight to G8 to guard the H6 pawn. There's no other way. The king is kind of, you know, gone for broke here. And the problem comes in, it's like, yes, the king and the rook are working together to attack the D5 pawn, but you have to sacrifice the exchange in order to capture this pawn. And that is not something that black is really capable of doing right now, considering that there's already an advantage for white material. You can't give more of a material advantage. So let's say king to E1. Why king to E1 and not king to E2? I think probably has to do with making sure that this bishop has some more options, not immediately, but longer term. So Gukesh does find it. He finds rook to H4. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Rook to H4 on the board, folks. Things are heating up. Gukesh is plus 1.4 with the white pieces. Let's take a look at what Polymarket's saying. We might be seeing some crazy stuff happening here. Ding all the way down to 21%. After being up 39% to win the overall World Chess Championship, now he's all the way down to 22%. Can Gukesh keep the pressure on? Time is no longer a concern. It's only a concern for both of these players to just try and play accurately now. And let's take a look at what black's best response is in this position. And the best response after playing rook to H4, you're attacking the H6 pawn. And remember, once the king moves to E5, abandoning this pretty important square for the king to be on, F6. F6 does a lot of things for black in terms of having the king on F6, is that it can always just move back to G6 to support this pawn. But now the only way to really defend it, I mean, you can I guess capture and just give up this pawn. And I think that probably would be the way to go. Or you can play knight to G8. But knight to G8 just seems really, really terrible for black. What is your plan? The knight is stuck on one of the worst squares on the board, defending the H6 pawn. And it just feels wrong. So instead, let's take a look at knight takes D5. You capture, right? Rook takes H6. And now... rook to B7, okay, attacking the B5 pawn. But now you just take, king takes, and then rook to F6 is devastating. King to E5, attacking the rook, and then rook to A6. And the idea is basically whenever a pawn is captured, you will be able to capture on A7, and the big weakness in this position has to do with these two pawns on the F file. All right, we do have a move. We have exactly what we calculated with knight takes on d5. Knight takes on d5, a natural move. Knight takes, bishop takes. Oh, sorry. Knight takes, rook takes first. And then knight to f6. Oh, okay. This is a line we didn't calculate. Knight to f6. This might be a little bit more sensible. It just feels like this rook is... I guess you just play rook to h8 now, yeah. And this is the way to deal with that. Yeah, things are looking very, very dicey if you're a Dinglerin fan. We had on the board king to e5, rook to h4, attacking the weak h6 pawn. But Ding was like, no, it's fine. You can have the h6 pawn. I'm going to capture on the d5 pawn. And after you capture, I'll capture back. From Gukesh's perspective with the white pieces, he takes on h6. Then knight to f6, rook to h8. And what's quite cool about this is with the bishop still sitting on f3, you are preventing the rook from attacking your one weakness, which is the b5 pawn. You can't attack it this way, you can't attack it this way. And white can basically go about his business, just improving his pieces. And I think the very scary thing here is that we have this h pawn that might well get rolling. This is not looking good for Ding. Not looking good. All right, here is the vote for today. Who is this? Is it Gukesh D, Veselin Topalov, Alexander Grishuk, or Eric Rosen? All vote now. Got 9 votes in so far. 33% say Gukesh, 22% say Topalov, 44% say Grishuk, and 0% say Eric Rosen. All right, so we have exactly what we expected. We have rook takes on h6. Very important move to find here. You have to capture on h6. And interestingly enough, we have knight to c3 now. Knight to c3. And I guess this is a creative way of being able to attack the b5 pawn. But I was just thinking, can we not just push this pawn forward? How terrible is it to just play b6? Engine really doesn't like it. A takes b, rook takes b6, and then rook to d3. Ah, but then I play king to g2? Wow, and you can play knight to e4. Oh, that is frustrating. That is frustrating. And suddenly black is getting counterplay here. Okay, so b6 is out of the way. We don't want to play b6 because it offers black counterplay. So let's not do that. After knight to c3, what is the best way for us to continue? Only 1 or 2 moves, h4 or rook to c6. Rook to c6. And I see the beauty of this idea. I see the beauty of this idea. This is a great, great move here. Let's go to the analysis board. If in this position, Gukesh can find rook to c6, attacking the knight, you might say, well, the pawn's still hanging, but if you capture, you're in a lot of problems. A lot of trouble, because rook to c5 check, and you can't block because, of course, the bishop is holding the d5 square as well, and you're just going to lose your knights. And that's basically going to be the end of the game. So this is an important defensive resource that we have to say, this pawn is not hanging, you cannot capture it. You'll have to find another square for your knight, and the knight will just have to basically come to e4. And then we can play h4 and get a little closer to accomplishing our goal with the white pieces, getting a pass pawn of our own all the way down the board. And simply put, black's pawn structure and the fact that black is down a pawn it's just not good enough to hold. So very, very important moment here, guys. We're waiting to see, is Gukesh, he's got 28 minutes to find this winning move. He needs to find rook to c6. Everything else is okay, but rook to c6 is like super, super powerful. It's like +2. Everything else is like +0.7. So rook to c6 is what we want to see on the board if you're a Gukesh fan. And if you're a Ding fan, you don't want to see rook to c6 at all. You want to see anything else. H4 is fine. Play H4, Gukesh. That's probably what you're thinking. And it seems like Gukesh is having a snack. Is that right? Looks like he's... Or maybe he's just... Looks like he was munching on something. All right. Before I forget, let's wrap up the action for our vote. We're going to head over and do the reveal. Who is this? Gukesh D, Veselin Topolov, Alexander Grishak, or Eric Rosen? If you haven't voted, I'll give you 5 more seconds, and then I'll do a reveal and give you the answer to this question. 3, 2, 1. All right, here's your answer. Heyo. The answer is one of my favorite players, Alexander Grishak. He's got this interesting bedhead type thing. So 44% of people who voted for Grishak, you guys got that right. Congratulations. Sorry to the rest of you. And back to the game. Got bigger fish to fry. We need to find this move for Gukesh. Well, Gukesh needs to find it at least. I don't need to do anything. I just need to sit here and enjoy the chess. So H4 is still not terrible. Like, H4 is good. But it does mean that, like, knight takes b5. Although, the engine's starting to have a second think about h4. The engine's starting to have a different think about h4. Takes. What's the idea here? Oh, bishop to c6 is brutal. Of course you can't. You can't capture that pawn. All right, so that's out of the question. But then everything else is pretty terrible too. So as it turns out, maybe black is in even greater dire straits than I thought. But you know what? It doesn't matter because Gukesh has found the winning continuation. In the words of the real one, he got it. He found rook to c6, attacking the knight on c3. And the knight on c3 just does not really have many options, which is part of the biggest frustration of this position. For black, very, very difficult to navigate this. And basically only one move is playable for black without outright losing on the spot, and that's knight to e4. Knight to e4 is basically the only way for him to go. Everything else is terrible, which makes sense. I mean, you don't want to play a move like knight to a2. Knight to e4. Let's say knight to e4, and then just h4. Rook to d5. Rook to c7. And then if you take on b5, I'm just going to take... Wow, you can even take on e4 first. Takes. Takes. Rook takes f7. a5. And unfortunately, it would seem that there's just nothing to play for here. So king to g2. Let's start off with that. King to e6. So moving back. And then rook to a7. And I think herein lies the biggest problem with this position. The only thing that I can think that black can play for is rook to b2 and then threatening, I guess, e3. But I suppose you don't even have to fall into that. You can just move back to f1, check, move forward, check, move forward. And maybe the king can move again, but then you're going to take on a5 with check. There's really no way of defending this. And I think we might actually see a situation where a few more moves will be played. And if we get an endgame like this, I actually just think Ding resigns, to be honest. Very, very scary stuff for Ding Liren. He is definitely going to be feeling the pressure. All right, he has found the best continuation for black. And that is to jump forward with his knight. We're going to see it on the board in a moment. He plays knight to e4. And now the ball is very much in Gukesh's court. So some of these lines involve... What was the line that we looked at? Oh, okay, we start off with h4. h4 is a very natural move, and I think after h4 we might see a situation where we exchange our very strong light square bishop for the knight on e4, and then go about picking off pawns and basically trying to simplify the position. Basically saying we have the h pawn running, we have the potential of promotion eventually on h8, and it's going to be very difficult for black to defend that threat while holding on to his remaining pawns. That's basically, I think, the direction that we're heading in. Pretty heartbreaking for Ding so far. He's defended incredibly well. Gukesh has not found all of the best moves, but really the best explanation for what we're seeing now is this kind of cumulative snowball effect. And that's almost been a bit of a theme in some of the games that we've seen so far, where there haven't been massive blunders where, you know, white goes to like +5. But we've seen this kind of situation where there haven't been like massive tactical oversights, but just small things that build into big things. And I would expect h4 to be played here. There's a number of moves that you can play. You can even play rook to a6 and just kind of tying the rook down on d7, just tying it down to the defense of the a7 pawn. And then saying, okay, cool, I'm going to start now playing h5, h4, h5, h6, etc. And at some point, you're going to have to go on to the 8th rank. And when that happens, I'm going to be able to capture an a7. Potentially, I'm going to be able to capture an f7 while you're... Yeah, I guess a7, then you play rook to f8. But then I've got this pass pawn, the b5 pass pawn that I'm going to start working on promoting. And it's just so ugly to try and defend this. So the move order may not matter all that much. It just matters that Gukesh appreciates the fact that, yeah, he needs to start making this pass pawn move forward. Very cool position. Very cool game so far. I said Ding has defended really well. Maybe he hasn't as much as he could have, but it's been an incredibly gripping game so far. We started off with the Reti opening, knight to f3, c4. We had castles kingside, and then Gukesh shocked Ding completely when he played rook to e1. A very, very big surprise that Ding had to spend a lot of time figuring out after Gukesh played rook to e1. He played the best move. He captured. And the idea was that after you capture the c4 pawn, it's possible to actually, in some lines, defend by playing b5. Gukesh immediately responded with e4. He didn't spend much time here. And unfortunately, this is where things started falling apart for Ding. He, instead of playing b5, chose c5 as his continuation, allowing d5 to happen. And since then, things have just been slipping. That's probably the best word that we can use. Varying degree of slipping. It's true that Gukesh didn't always find the best move, but it's also pretty clear that Ding did not play as precisely as he could have either. Yeah, at this point, there was a big advantage to be had by just simply playing bishop to e3, keeping the bishop pair on the board, and going into an endgame where White's pieces are just super active. You're going to be able to pick off some more material, probably. Do you have a move on the board? Let's head over to the live board, and we can see exactly what Gukesh is going to come up with the white pieces. All right, what is the move that he plays? All right, he plays king to e1. A little bit surprising. King to e1. Wow. Okay. Let's get this. Yeah, king to e1, not the best move. I was gonna say, like, king to e1? Why exactly? Huh. Okay, rook to d5. Let's start off with that. Then bishop to e2. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of confused by this. King to e1, what does king to e1 achieve? I guess king to e1 is saying, okay, I don't want to worry about this fork happening. And I don't want to exchange for this knight yet, because my light square bishop's still pretty strong. So I'm protecting against this move. Even though I can't take it, at least I'm protecting the threat of check and then forcing the exchange this way. Because basically, if there's this fork, I can just play, like, say, king to g2 and then just capture back, and that's fine. But the big advantage actually comes by playing h4. And then if you do play this, for example, I just play king to g2. And say if you capture, I'm just going to take, and then I've still got this pass pawn. I'm going to be able to continue my idea. Sorry, I don't have the analysis board up. Again. But I'm sure some of you guys could have followed what I was saying. So the threat that was maybe a bit of a concern for Gukesh is he's worried about this knight jumping into d2, maybe. And the engine's like, just play h4. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can step forward to king to g2, and if he takes, you just capture back, and then, like, you've got this pass pawn, and you're gonna play, say, rook to a6, and at some point this rook is gonna have to go into the 8th rank and maybe find its way to h8, and when that happens, you can go on a bit of a pawn killing spree. And then you can make the b pawn more of a threat. So this is kind of unnecessary. And actually, if anything, it just wastes the tempo. It's still winning for white, but it's pretty important here that Ding finds this move rook to d5. And rook to d5 starts creating threats. And essentially, you're getting a little bit of counterplay. So let's say if we just capture the knight now. King takes. Man. Yeah, this king move really just basically burns a tempo and allows black a little bit more of a chance of getting counterplay. Very tricky. Very, very tricky. All right, if you are just joining us, we have had a very interesting game. Gukesh has played incredibly well and has managed to gain a significant advantage out of the middle game heading into the end game. But this last move that he played could have been better. He played king to e1. I guess the idea was that he wanted to remove some of the threat of this knight fork, although it really, according to the engines, it doesn't really do anything. I think also maybe part of it is also the idea that rook to d2. So for example, here, if you play, let's say you play h4, is rook to d2 a threat? Doesn't seem so. Rook to d2, because then you just take, right? And then the threat of capturing on f2 just evaporates immediately. F takes, and you just move back, attacking both pawns. So it just feels like this king to e1 move is just completely unnecessary. Again, a lot easier to say that with the help of the engines, but it does seem like there's nothing wrong with playing h4. And yeah, I'm not entirely... maybe there are other ideas that Gukesh is taking into account that I haven't thought of, which is very likely, to be honest. But it does just seem like a strange move to play. So let's say Ding does find the best move, which is to play rook to d5. Rook to d5, you're creating a threat by saying, I want to eat b5. That would be wonderful, please. Bishop to e2. It's a great way of defending that for the time being. And rook to d4. F4 is even a move. Then g4. No, we want the best way forward. And I think this is going to make it particularly difficult that there is a very narrow kind of corridor that keeps black in the game, and that white still has a significant advantage even after having played king to e1. But he needs to figure out this h4 situation. Okay, rook to b4. Attacking it from behind. Of course, it's still defended, but I wonder if the plan is to play rook to b3 and then, I don't know, kind of trying to get a little bit of a double attack going. Probably doesn't work. Okay, so we play rook to c1. Oh, there's also a threat of check, which is nearly mate, and you have to block here. And then... oh, there could be some tactics here. Let's just do something... yeah, this is a little scary. You have to play bishop to d1, only move. And then rook takes b5, rook takes e7. Sorry, rook takes, or rook to e7 check. Can you not just capture? 7 check. Into f6. Yeah. So there is the potential, guys, for things to fizzle in terms of this turning into a draw with a few accurate moves from Ding and a few bad moves from Gukesh. And we've already started off with one dodgy looking move, king to e1. So it is possible that Ding could get back into this, actually. There are a few missteps from Gukesh. Remember, at this point, now that we're down to just 18 minutes left, they're on move 45. If the clock gets down to like 0 or close to 0, they're going to be playing only on increments, which is still pretty healthy. It's like a 30-second increment, and 30 seconds is really should be enough to make just about any move. But it will definitely have an impact on the quality of play if both players get down to that and we're in, you know, a very complex endgame, which is also not impossible. So Ding with just one move to find here, and that he needs to play rook to d5. Could also play f6. F6 apparently isn't terrible. But the move that offers the best chance of being able to save this position with the black pieces is rook to d5. And it's also kind of a natural move. You know, you're attacking the b5 pawn, forcing the bishop to come back. And then having a bit of a delayed thing where you move after that to d4 with the rook, so that you can set up rook to b4. And potentially threatening a check on b1. So we'll play rook to c1, and then rook to a4. Can't play rook to b4. Can't play rook to b4. And now h4. And I guess no matter what happens here, it's very, very important that even though in this line that we're looking at, Gukesh has allowed some counterplay. You know, he's allowed some piece activity, allowing the rook and the knight to get into the game. His threat of pushing this h-pawn and potentially later on picking off the a7 pawn, picking off the f7 pawn. They're threats that black needs to be very aware of. Let's head over to the pictures of the players live. Ding is down to 16 minutes now, so he has spent quite a bit of his additional 30 minutes just on this move, which is probably a good idea, provided that he can find rook to d5 as the continuation. Yeah, this is definitely turning into a long one. One of the first streams that we've gotten over 5 hours. We just cracked 5 hours, 5 hours and 1 minute in this game. Still a lot of chess to be played, but for now, Gukesh with an advantage and Ding with really a small, narrow corridor of hope in defending this position. And that corridor starts with rook to d5. Gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back shortly. Okay, back into the game. All right. We're still waiting on Ding to make a move. So if not for rook to d5, we looked at f6. What else is there? Rook to b7. Yes, rook to b7 is another option, but now we just capture on e4. All right, let's just head over here. Let's put rook to b7 on the board. If you just take, I guess you can take with the f pawn. Rook to c5 check, king to d6. And now rook to f5. And this position is, yeah, very difficult to defend. Very, very difficult to defend for black, especially with the h-pawn and the g-pawn now being kind of free to start picking up some momentum. And of course, whenever this rook leaves the 7th rank, you can just capture. So I guess the king just comes back. Yeah, king to e6. And then g4. g4 is so powerful. g4 is so powerful. And basically, the rook is just saying, I don't ever have to move. I can stay on f5 indefinitely. And I can get the h-pawn rolling, and there's not much you can do about it. So f6 kind of makes sense because of the fact that it does bring the rook on the 7th rank into keeping an eye on the square before promotion, which is quite important. But now we can even just move back, actually. Rook to c5. Rook to h7. And then rook to h5. Wow! That is horrible. That is horrible. This is such a tricky move that will actually take quite a lot of calculating to play. I guess takes. So the idea is takes. So just to illustrate this, takes f5. And I mean, I was going to just step forward with my king. That was my plan. f4. Okay, but then king to d2. Can I not just play? I guess I don't want to play f3. It's a little bit too scary. Okay, king to d2. We just move across. King to f7. King to c3. And the idea... Oh, okay, I see it. So the idea is that the king is going to come and potentially pick off these pawns, but I'm going to take both of these. Let's say king to f6. Play king to d4. e3 now. Okay. Can I take? Yeah, I have to take. But then I was worried about this. Oh, yeah, f3. Have to play king to d3. And then you kind of just about save it. King to g5. And king to d2. You have to wait for h6. Oh my gosh. It does start getting a little bit dicey here. So this is a pretty tricky endgame. But white is still very much ahead in that situation. But yeah, I still don't get this king to e1 move. It's a bit weird. Ding has spent a long time on this next move. He is very clearly searching for resources to try and hold off a deadly attack from Gukesh. And now less than 10 minutes. It might be the case that the remaining time that is left in this game is going to be played on increment by Ding. And if that is the case, then it's going to make it even harder to defend this position. Gukesh just down to 22 minutes, so he, in comparison, has still some time. King to d4 is also a move. Wow, that's a surprise. But again, we're just going to continue with h4. Like, basically whatever black does, within reason, at some point we want to introduce h4. h4 is a very important move. To b7. And then bishop to e2. Right here. To e7. Oh, that's clever. Is it? Guess we're threatening to play knight to c3. And there's not much we can do about it. For example, in this position, if we play h5, suddenly it's... Is it quite scary to play knight to c3? Oh no, we can throw in a check and then defend this way. It doesn't work. Yeah. Rook to c4 check. It's a disaster. King to e5, and then you just capture the knight. So we can't play that. Yeah, it just seems every line that you're looking at, it's like so hard to hold on. And I think that's the frustration that Ding is experiencing right now. It's just so difficult to try and defend this position. All right. It's just, he's just looked across at his clock just moments ago. And I think he should start realizing now he actually needs to make a decision. It's quite interesting because Gukesh obviously realized that by capturing the queen on f5, that's why there's the pawn on f5, we have these doubled isolated pawns. Gukesh realized that in practical terms, it's a lot easier just to exchange queens and say, okay, I have an advantage because of these doubled pawns. And then as well as the fact that I'm up a pawn, there's no real reason for me to not win this in an endgame. Even though capturing that queen was not the best move according to the engine. And I see this all the time. Often when I'm playing, if I'm playing online, and you have two paths, right? The one is like, okay, you know that that is probably a more solid approach. And then the other path is like, it's going to lead to a lot easier to calculate position that also has an advantage, but maybe that advantage isn't quite as sizable. You want to play the easier game that has an advantage because they're much easier to play when you're trying to avoid blundering. And people, you know, regardless of whether you're a super grandmaster or just, you know, someone who's like 1,000 elo, people are so prone to blundering that it stands to reason that when given an option of playing an easier game with a smaller advantage, you tend to want to play for the position that's just simpler. And in some cases, that advantage might be considerably less. And yeah, that said, I think Gukesh has done so well in this game to kind of complicate things when they needed to be complicated. And then when things can be simplified in a way that benefits him, he's taken those options. And he's played that like very well. I mean, it has to be said, he's played an excellent game so far. And I think if he doesn't convert this, he'll be massively disappointed with himself. How's everyone doing in the chat? It's gone silent for the last while. I think everyone's just absorbed in the game. Let me know your thoughts. What do you think is going to happen next? Do you have any lines that we can explore? Let me know. I'm all ears. Wait, the match is still going on. Is it not? Why hasn't Ding moved? Ah, he has moved. Okay, he just moved now. So we do have a move on the board. He's just played f6. f6 is on the board. That was the second best move by the engine. The engine preferred rook to d5. But... oh, Swastik 004 says I was gone for a while, no problem. Okay, so we have f6 on the board. And now it's important that Gukesh plays rook to c8 or rook to a6. I think rook to c8 is also kind of a natural move to play here. If we play rook to c8, we're almost preparing ourselves to get this pawn rolling. We're on the 8th rank. And let's say rook to d5 now. Can throw in a check. Oh, whoops. A check like this. And then king to d4. Bishop to e2. Because of course we need to be still guarding the b5 pawn. And it's funny because black's pieces are somewhat active, but they kind of lose some of their potency because they have to negotiate defending the king as well. Okay, rook to c5. So we just move across here. Throw in another check. King back to e5. Then king to f1. Yeah, and I think this also is probably frustrating for Gukesh, knowing that he might need to actually just move back with his king. This last move, king to e1, it's actually a little bit of a pain for him. But still doing great. Or let's just ignore king to f1 and play h4. We're allowing the check to happen, but we're just gonna... oh, can we block with the rook or with the bishop? Either or. All right, let's rook to d1 first. c3 and rook to a1. Rook to c7, defending, and then bishop to d3. c5, attacking the bishop. And then king to e2, defending the bishop. You can capture, takes. But again, this endgame does not benefit black. So black would probably prefer in such a situation not to exchange. F4 option. I wonder F4. Can I just play G4? That would be my plan. Yep, we can play G4. You can throw an F3 and as a check, and if you capture, then you're going to lose your bishop. So we just step forward instead. And now you want to take knight takes d3, king takes d3. And yeah, this is just... It feels like we're going to see a situation where regardless of what the players do, and regardless of how well Ding defends, Gukesh is going to come out of this passage of play with a significant advantage. And already Ding just down to 4 minutes to play the entirety of the rest of this game. Plus, of course, the 30-second increments. Yeah, this is definitely turning into a long one. We're at 5 hours and 16 minutes in today's stream. I believe that is the longest one. Let me take a look and see if I can find a... Get an idea of how long the previous streams were. Got them all saved. Live right now. So we're in for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Yesterday's... Oh, no, it wasn't yesterday, because yesterday was a break day. So Sunday was 4 hours and 50 minutes. Okay, so that was day 6. Day 5 was 4 hours. Day 4 was 4.5 hours. Day 3 was nearly 5 hours. Day 2 was 4 hours. And day 1 was 5 hours and 23 minutes. Bearing in mind, on the first couple of days, I did start quite early. So today I started a little bit later, and it feels like we're going to be here for some time still. Fortunately, when the players get down closer to, you know, less than 5 minutes like Ding is, we will start seeing the players moving much faster, which is hopefully good in terms of us getting to an outcome. But yeah, Gukesh definitely taking plenty of time here to consider his options. I think rook to a6 is something that I would consider. And rook to a6 just basically says, okay, listen, if you leave the 7th rank, I'm going to take the a7 pawn and maybe you can capture, but actually maybe not. So maybe we have something like this where we still have rook to d5. But then I don't want to give up. I don't want to trade the a7 pawn for my b5 pawn. It's too strong, right? The b5 pawn we need to keep on the board. So we start off with bishop to e2, defending. I was thinking knight to c3 for Ding. Saying, okay, I'm going to attack the bishop, and I'm going to get a double attack on the b5 pawn. And now we just ignore it. Now we just say, whatever. Okay, if you want to take on b5, you can. I'm going to... Ooh, do I take back? No, I can actually play... Huh. I mean, this is actually not good. Because black can defend this position. Like, a big part of the reason why white is winning here, these double pawns, that's a part of it, but also the fact that there's some kind of tension in keeping the b5 pawn on the board, and it's kind of important that we keep things that way. All right, we can play f4 first with check, king to d4. Harish Joshi says, wow, what a thumbnail, breaking chess. Absolutely. Ding is the one who checks. Yeah. I have to say, I can't take credit for that. I think one of my subscribers, or one of the viewers, gave me some advice on Breaking Bad. That was on Sunday. And then I was like, cool, I'll do that for the thumbnail. That'll be fun. So whoever that was, I don't know. I think it could have been Membrane Potential or Kanish. One of the guys in chat. Thanks for that suggestion. That was a great one. Worked out well. Heisending. Yeah, very difficult to try and find a path forward where Ding doesn't win, but Things are certainly complicated and not quite as straightforward as they might appear. It's really easy for me to do a little bit of analysis having the engine fired up in front of me, but you know, when you've been playing for as long as these guys have been playing and time is running out, it becomes very easy to misplay, make some small mistakes. I mean, we've already seen that from Gukesh playing king to e1, which was not the best move. And it might be the case that we still have some drama left in this game. It's not done and dusted. Gukesh has to convert, and if he doesn't convert, then this just fizzles into a drawn endgame, as we saw in some lines. For example, the line that I was exploring where the b pawn and the a7 pawn get traded. For example, rook to a6, rook to d5. If you don't defend and you just capture, then suddenly it becomes much more viable for black to be able to defend the queen side, because there isn't really any threat on, sorry, defend the king side because there isn't any threat on the queen side. Gukesh down to 12 minutes. Let's jump to the big picture of him. Deep in thought here. He is calculating, doing everything that he can to try and find out the best continuation with the white pieces, knowing that he has an advantage here. Of course, it's great to know that you have an advantage, but you have to capitalize on that advantage and turn that +1 into +100. Okay, we have a move on the board. He's played h4. We've got h4 on the board, and I think Gukesh is going to respond, or Ding at least is going to respond very quickly. He's played rook to d3, attacking the bishop on f3, and now forcing another decision from Gukesh. Ding has played very quickly those last few moves. And now things are starting to become a little less clear. Still an edge for white, but not as big as it was before. So what are we supposed to do here? I think the move that jumps out is just moving the bishop back to e2, playing bishop to e2. Attacking the rook. Rook to a3. All right, we've had a couple more moves. We're starting to see things unfolding. Oh no, it's just updating. So we're still waiting for Ding to make a move with... Okay. What? What is going on? What is going on? Gukesh just played bishop to d1. Okay. And now everything is great for white except for f4. If Ding finds f4, then there's problems. Then it's going to be a little bit longer in terms of us. And he finds it immediately. And Gukesh has to play g takes f4 with check. That's the only way that he can maintain any advantage with the white pieces. This looks suddenly like Ding has just found the perfect path to hold off Gukesh's attacks. Good grief. Good grief, good grief, good grief. Board, please. All right, there's the board. We have it on the board. Got the engine analysis on the left-hand side, and you can see how rapidly that has changed over the last few moves. At this point, just moments ago, I'll put this on the big board, the analysis board. This was just moments ago. This was plus 1.6. Plus 1.6. And just a few moves later, that lead has been squandered. A couple of inaccuracies from Gukesh, 2 in particular, that have resulted in this being much closer to a draw than to any kind of decisive result for white. So what are you supposed to do here? You do need to capture this pawn. king takes, and then rook to a6. Rook to h3. And ooh. Bishop to c2 is a move? Oh, bishop to c2 is quite clever, because if you capture over here, you're in a massive amount of trouble. So that's quite a fun one. Okay, bishop to c2. You can't capture an h4 because of the fact that I can take. King takes, then rook to a4, skewering the king and the rook. So that doesn't work. So after bishop to c2, maybe we find something else. All right, let's take a look at the board again. We do have a couple of moves on the board. Gukesh has indeed captured the f4 pawn. Immediately, Ding recaptures with a king, banking a little bit of extra time on the increment. Remember, it's possible to actually make time on the increment. Not that that's a massive revelation, but yeah, if you obviously move in less than 30 seconds, then you gain time for every move. And yeah, I would probably expect Gukesh to play rook to a6. Still a lot to play for here. Still a lot to play for. But the engine seems to think that whatever big advantage that white had, it's no longer that great for white. Okay, so let's say f5 here, defending the knight, and now you are threatening to capture on h4. You just take, f takes e, and then rook takes a7, rook takes h4, and you are basically in a position where you're up a pawn, but with perfect play, black is going to quite comfortably defend this endgame. Man, it's gotten even worse. Is that right? We have some more moves on the board. What happened? Oh, no. So we just had the situation. King takes, and now we're waiting for Gukesh to decide what to do. Rook to a6. The problem is as the engine has spent more time, evaluating this position, it appears to be more drawish than anything else, even with rook to a6. Rook to d7. Can just defend even. Bishop to e2. 5. With the intention of playing f3. Then king to e5. Just moving out of the way. h5. To c3. To c3. Rook to... to a3. Okay. Knight takes e2 wouldn't be good. All right. I think you still have to be very, very careful here. Even though the engine's like, yeah, this is defendable, it's still going to be Gukesh who's pressing. And you get the feeling that maybe this might be one of those situations where, like, if Carlsen was playing this, you would be pretty terrified playing with the black pieces. Wow. I mean, Ding has done exceptionally. And unfortunately, Gukesh has just kind of lost the plot a little bit. The last few moves have just been... The last like 5 or 6 moves in particular have really been incredibly frustrating for Gukesh fans, I'm sure. He was doing great and just seems to have kind of lost the idea a little bit here. Both players are deep in thought. And not far off from a situation where we could find ourselves playing maybe a long, drawn-out, complex endgame where Gukesh is up a pawn, but both players are just playing off of increment where, you know, it's 30 seconds to make a move. I could very much foresee that being an outcome. Back to the board. Basically zeros on the analysis board, as well as the live board. And you have to give Ding credit where credit's due. He found the only move with the black pieces in this position. He had to find f4. Everything else was outright losing. And he did find it. He played f4. Gukesh captured that pawn, and it was recaptured by Ding with a king. And the king is in an advanced position, which kind of makes up in a way for the fact that you're down a pawn. Also, you don't have doubled pawns anymore, which is nice. And you've just done a great job at doing everything that you can do. You know, you can't control... That's one of the problems when you're playing chess, is that you can't control your opponent in terms of them finding the best way forward. But Ding has definitely highlighted Gukesh's weaknesses, especially in the last few moves, and done everything he can to hold off Gukesh just dropping the hammer down. All right, under 5 minutes for Gukesh. Remember, this is half an hour, and if you use your half an hour, the only thing that you have left is the 30-second increment. And that's basically all you have to work with. I will be back in a sec to get some calories. All right, back to the game. Wow, I cannot believe Gukesh is taking as much time as he has. This is insane. What a game this has been. Swastik004 says, absolutely, I couldn't agree more. This has been an incredibly exciting game. Lots of ups and downs. Great chances for Gukesh to win. And, I mean, for lack of a better word, you kind of say, I mean, I don't want to be too judgmental, but he's sort of squandered those chances. But all of that will be forgiven if he can find some way of winning this endgame. All will be forgiven. He's down to 2 minutes and 27 seconds on the clock. Just searching for something. Looking as far forward as he can into the future to see, is there some way that I can win this endgame? Nearly under 2 minutes. These last stages of the game are going to be very, very exciting. There's still quite a bit of chess to be played. Remember, these endgames can often get drawn out into, you know, sort of 30, 40 more moves from now. And if that is the case, it's going to be a very, very interesting next passage of play where Gukesh is basically going to be playing on increments, and I have no doubt that Ding will probably find himself in a similar situation in the next, say, 4 or 5 moves. Nearly down to 1 minute on the clock. Gukesh, come on, guy. Make a move. You can do it. One minute and 12 seconds. Come on, Gukesh. You can do it. Let's go. Make a move. Less than a minute. Come on, Gukesh. Let's go. Wow, this is incredible. It's incredible that he's taken this much time. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I think part of the frustration is that he knows that there was something definitive for white, but that something has kind of slipped away a little bit. And we are about to see a move from Gukesh. With nearly 30 seconds on the clock, he does finally make a move. He plays bishop to c2. Bishop to c2 is on the board. And very quickly, Ding responds with rook to d5, attacking the b5 pawn, and now it's completely equal. Whatever advantage was there for white has completely evaporated. And it is still possible for Ding to make a mistake and maybe to not quite play this endgame correctly, but considering how well he's defended so far, that seems unlikely. All right, the rook comes down. Rook to c4, attacking the knight. The knight needs to be defended. It's being attacked twice. And it is defended in the way that you would expect. We play f5. We have rook to b4, defending that weak b5 pawn. About to see that on the board from Gukesh. And yeah, let's head back to the main board. Sorry about that. So we can see the evaluation. Unfortunately, nothing has changed in the evaluation. It's completely equal now. Absolutely nothing to choose between black and white. Despite the fact that Gukesh has worked so hard to get that extra pawn, it doesn't look like it's going to amount to much today, but we'll have to wait and see. And especially with the clocks heading down to under a minute for Gukesh in some cases, there's still plenty to play for. And it might be Ding who's trying to create some complications, although I think he'll be very happy to settle for a draw as quickly as possible. All right, we do have a move. Let's take a look. Ding's about to make a move with the black pieces. What will he do? All right, he moves forward with his king. He plays king to f3. Just releasing some of the pressure of the pin of the rook on the 4th rank. And we have another move from Gukesh, I believe. He throws in a check on d1. All right, so let's put that in. Whoa, he has to play king to g2. That's the only move you can play? Really? That's surprising. Can't go back to f4. Have to go to g2. Out of curiosity, if you go to f4, now you have f3. Of course, f3, a very devastating threat. Whenever there's a piece that's pinned and you can attack it with a pawn, you should do so. So we have to go king to g2. That is indeed the best move. And now rook to b3. Rook to b3 is interesting. We do have that on the board. Rook to b3. Players playing very quickly now. We're starting to see the final stages of this game played out. And still, Ding defending. Gukesh attacking. That's been a common theme throughout this game. All right, we've had rook to e5. Need to be careful because there's obviously a discovery. You can play something like knight to c5 with check. It's actually kind of possible to defend that, interestingly enough. You can play rook to e3. And maybe that's even actually not that bad. Okay, so what does he start off with? He starts off with f4. Okay, f4 on the board, attacking that rook. So now the threat of a discovery is no longer a concern because you can just capture the rook on e5 if the knight moves anywhere. And there isn't a situation where you can have a double check. And of course, when we see double checks, we know that we have to move our king. But this is not one of those instances. The rook needs to move. And probably the easiest thing for it to do is just to move one square back, maintaining the threat of discovery. And then we can just play rook to e3 here. Rook to e3. And we are completely well defended. And yeah, any kind of discoveries we can just take. Maybe exchange rooks. Okay, a6 is a move here. Interesting. Let's run a check first. King to h2. Then b6. Wow, b6. And I guess if you capture on b6, then I can take on e4. Takes. And then I have to be a bit careful here. Can't I just capture first? Yeah, I can. So really things looking like they're super drawish now. Especially if we get the kind of exchanges that we looked at in that line. Things are going to fizzle out pretty quickly. Gukesh down to 44 seconds. All right. Ding does move his rook back. But instead of rook to e6, he plays rook to e7. Gukesh down to 38 seconds on the clock. Very, very close this. It would not surprise me to see Gukesh continuing to try and find something and not being comfortable with the draw. Because of the fact that he has basically had an advantage this entire game. He still has an advantage in the sense of a material advantage, but it just doesn't seem to matter right now. It's going to be very, very difficult to convert that extra pawn. All right, so we have rook to e3. Defending against the threat of a move like knight to c5, which would lose your rook. Or at least you would lose the exchange. Maybe more, actually. Probably more. It would be basically a game-losing blunder if you didn't set that up. All right, what do we have on the board? Rook to h7. Now targeting the h4 pawn. And I guess the move that kind of jumps out to me is just stepping forward, but I guess part of the problem is that then knight to g3, double attack on the pawn on h5. It's being defended once, and it's kind of difficult to think of exactly how you can defend it a second time. All right, he does play that, so he plays h5. But now knight to f6 is actually better. So knight to f6 offers the same kind of move. And we're about to see that on the board, knight to f6 with a double attack on this pawn. And now we need to play rook to e5. Rook to e5, and after knight takes h5, we can recapture, reclaim the pawn by picking up the f5 pawn. Knight to g3, attacking the rook, and then rook to d5, getting it out of the way. You're still up a pawn, but very, very difficult to try and make progress with the white pieces. Okay, rook to e5 on the board. We're about to see it happen. Gukesh down just to 10 seconds on the clock. This is incredible. 5, 4, 3, 2. Wow, that was very, very close indeed. 2 seconds on the clock, where just before he hit the clock, he's back to 32 seconds, but things getting a little bit scary in terms of the amount of time that Gukesh has. Captures, and we have exchange of pawns. Black gets the h pawn, but white gets the f pawn. White's still up. And after knight to g3 attacking the rook needs to find a new home. Can't stay there. The engine's still evaluating this position, completely equal, despite white being up a pawn. Rook to d5, rook to e5, rook to g5, all good moves. Rook to g5 stands out to me because of the fact that there's this pin. It's just a problem that, because of the fact that you don't have a dark square bishop, you can't actually attack this piece a second time. Unless you use the king. And in order for you to use the king, I guess you need to try and play like d2, e3, move this pawn forward, and then f4. But by the time that's happened, black is very comfortably just defending. You can even play rook to h4, preventing that. But although, yeah, I guess you have to be a little bit careful because this pass pawn's a concern. So still something to play for Gukesh. I mean, he is up a pawn. Just because the engine says that this is like, you know, all of the best moves are equal, it doesn't mean that it's quite as straightforward as it appears. It just means that the options in terms of winning a position like this basically revolve around black blundering. And that leads to one of the comments in the comment section. Swastik004 says, do you think there will be blunders? I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. I think these players are at a level where this is kind of in the territory of stuff that they'll be familiar with. And they'll know exactly what to do to, or Ding especially. Because, I mean, I don't think that it's possible for there to be, like, Gukesh can't really blunder this, right? It would be massively surprising if he lost from this position. So it's unlikely, that almost certain that Gukesh won't lose this position. But in order for the game to have a decisive result, then Ding would have to blunder. You'd have to miss something. And yeah, that's not out of the realm of possible. It's certainly something that could happen. But I think, like, yeah, under time pressure for sure. But the problem is that Gukesh is the one actually who has the time pressure. I mean, he's basically playing on increment right now. And that is, to be fair, for the time being. It's possible that, it's not even possible, it's probable that Ding is going to get down below a minute, and we'll have a similar situation. Okay, so Gukesh is trying to get this pawn rolling, which makes sense. That's his advantage. He needs to try and make it happen. Okay, so interestingly, Ding is kind of chasing this pawn up the board. And the idea is if you keep pushing it, I guess you keep chasing it until it gets to f7. And then if you play king to f6, it's being attacked twice. And I guess then you have to play bishop to b3. Giving up this pawn feels like you're going to... It feels like you're going to lose your advantage in terms of material. And I think Gukesh is starting to realize that now. Yeah, especially with the knight on e4. Now it just seems like it's got to be a draw. Okay, but Gukesh does play bishop to c2. Bishop to c2 is on the board. Attacking the knight on e4. And what is Ding going to do with this knight? I mean, the next move, he was planning on probably playing king to f5 and then taking, but of course, that's not an option now. Knight needs to go somewhere else. Knight to g5 makes a lot of sense. And putting the knight on g5 has a number of benefits. Because now that the knight's on a dark square, it can't really be challenged by the light square bishop. And critically, if, for example, white says, okay, I'm going to push the pawn to f7, it's being attacked twice, and you can just exchange, and you're basically golden. All right, so we have, I guess, a similar move into a slightly more central square, but I guess the same idea. Also, on the dark squares, can't be challenged by the light square bishop, but yeah, here I think maybe just slightly better positioned. Nice and central. If you think of the knight on g5 versus the knight on d6, just the reach is so much greater. b2 is hit as well. b2? Or do you mean b5? But yeah, generally b5. Ah, got it. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, you're attacking the b5 pawn anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. So we have rook to d8 from Gukesh with the white pieces, challenging that knight, but the king can just step up and support the knight, basically. And I think this actually makes the most amount of sense, this move. King to e5. King to e5, guarding the knight on d6, and also keeping an eye on the pawn on f6 and not being on the light squares, all of great benefit to black. It's exactly what we see. The bishop comes back to b3. And I guess now it becomes clear that you can capture this pawn. f7, knight takes f7, bishop takes. Okay, we don't need to even go for that. So we start off first. The rook doesn't capture on b5. So first we're putting the knight on f7. That makes sense. Knight on f7. Blockading the progress of the f pawn and also attacking the rook on d8. Can't just capture on f7. Takes. But this is almost certainly going to end in a draw. King to e2. Rook takes f6. Rook to h8. And yeah, this is just a draw. And I think the players will accept a draw at this point. Gukesh still just playing off of increment. He is down to, man, less than 10 seconds now. All right, he starts off with rook to d5 check, which is pretty cool, allowing takes, and then immediately following up with king to d2. And this is the first time that we have seen the material balance restored. Both players have the same material on the board. Of course, instead of a bishop, black has a knight. But we find ourselves in a situation where we would expect 99.99% of games to result in a draw here. And even with the time pressure, it doesn't seem like it's enough to create any meaningful complications that might result in anything other than a draw. All right, we have takes. I am about 100% sure that we're going to see the players maybe play a few more moves. And this one is going to wrap up in a draw. Incredible. Absolutely incredible game. And we're getting the pieces off the board. And now that there's just a lone bishop and a king, not enough material to deliver checkmate. And we have a draw. After a very, very long, drawn-out, protracted game today, we have a draw. And I think Gukesh is going to be kicking himself knowing that he had an opportunity for so much more. So a little bit of a reminder of what exactly went on in this game. We started off with a Reti opening. We had a Grunfeld. And the big surprise in this particular line was, I think it was move 7, that Gukesh played Rook to E1, which only had 5 games in the database. 7,000 games reached this position, only 5 followed up with Rook to E1. And Ding spent quite a bit of time at this point thinking, half an hour to decide whether he should capture or not. He did indeed decide to capture. We had E4. And here was the first big misstep from Ding. He played C5, challenging the D4 pawn. And here, instead of C5, he actually should have just played B5. B5 was the move that the engine really liked. Bit of a surprise hanging on to this extra pawn. It's possible to maybe hold on to that longer term without compromising too much in terms of pawn structure later on, according to the engine. But instead, Ding just played C5. We had D5. And then Ding challenged the D5 pawn. And really after this, things just started slipping for Ding. Long term. Gukesh played pretty accurately. And there was another moment that there was a big advantage to be had. And that was after Gukesh found Rook to A3. And then Rook to A5 was a very important move, targeting the weak B5 pawn. He had a little bit of a repeat. I think this was mostly due to the fact that the players needed to try and burn a few tempi in order to get closer to time control. And at this point, this was another very important moment where Ding offered an exchange of queens by playing queen to D3. You could take here. But the best move actually is just to play bishop to E3. Defending the queen, keeping the tension. And after takes, the engine evaluated this as being really, really great for white. You've got the bishop pair, you've got an advanced pawn, and black is just quite poorly placed, especially the knight on F8 is quite bad. And I guess you could even, sacrifice it and then, yeah, anyway, we didn't spend too much time calculating this because it didn't end up on the board. But yeah, after F5, that was a bit of a misstep by Gukesh. He still had a big advantage, especially going into an endgame with these 2 double pawns on the F file. Found Rook to C5, which is a great move. And as we headed further into an endgame, his advantage started to slip, especially here. After king to E1, he was doing so well. This was really, really looking solid for white. But after king to E1, that advantage just gradually over the next few moves started to fizzle. It's a word that I like to use. And yeah, really after exceptional defense from Black. We have to give credit to Ding for holding this off and being able to punish Gukesh for playing slightly inaccurately in the end game. But it was a fascinating game. It was really exciting to watch. And yeah, it's a wrap. We've got a draw. It's the longest stream we've done so far. We have 6 hours on the clock, which is pretty cool. Thanks so much for watching. Swastik004 said, I told you at the start it would be a draw. You were right. Not like how I expected, though. Yeah, fair enough. He's playing like the world champion for sure. GG, guys. That was a very, very exciting game today. Thanks for joining me. I will be live streaming tomorrow. And I think I remembered to give you guys the answer to our little quiz. Yes, that's right. I said it was Alexander Grishuk. And yeah, thanks again for watching, guys. Have a good one. I'll give you guys some love in the comment section. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. That will be day 8 of the World Chess Championship. And I'm really looking forward to that. I think that it'll be a particularly fascinating game as well. But anyway, that's a wrap for today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.